Good morning, everyone. I'd like to call the business meeting at the Governing Board of the South Florida Water Management District to order. Today is February 9th, 2023. First on our agenda is the Pledge of Allegiance, and this will be no surprise to anyone. I'll ask Mr. Bergeron to lead us in the pledge. Thanks very much, Ron. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Carl Springs. Ms. Meads is not going to be able to join us today. This meeting is going to be live streamed. When we hold board meetings off-site, we don't have the capability for virtual public comment. The district opened a public comment period for the public and stakeholders to provide written comments in advance of today's meeting. We did receive one e-comment, and it will be included in the official meeting record. Those who are here in person may comment by filling out a card available at the reception desk and giving it to the staff. Mr. Bergeron, thanks so much for welcoming us to Broward County. I want to thank you all for traveling here, and I want to thank Carl Springs and Broward County for hosting us today. We've had a great chance to meet in many parts of the district. I'm looking forward to continuing remote meetings. I think we all gain a lot from the remote meetings. Those will continue during the non-hurricane season. Board members, I'm going to ask you to make sure your microphone is on, and that you please speak into your microphone so everyone can hear you. If you turn your head while you're speaking, drag the mic with you. Please try and get as close to the microphone as possible. It's enough for microphone 101. And as a courtesy to others who wish to speak to members of the public are asked to comment only once on each topic. We've got some special guests today, and I'd love to recognize them. Broward County Mayor Lamar Fisher.
Morning.
Good morning.
How are you? Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I think am I on or not? I don't know. Doesn't appear to be, does it?
Yeah, you're on.
It does. Okay. Again, good morning. I'd like to, before I have my remarks, I'd like to bring up two of my colleagues with me, and they're former mayors of Broward County. Senator Geller. And we have former Mayor Commissioner Michael Udine. So thank you so much. So on behalf of the board, obviously, we want to welcome you to Broward County. On behalf of the board and all the residents, we're so excited to have you here as part of our community. I'd like to begin by expressing our board's appreciation for the long-standing partnership with the South Florida Water Management District and to recognize the important role the district plays in delivering flood protection and sustainable water resource management for the region and, of course, our own Broward County. We've enjoyed a number of prominent collaborative efforts over the years, including our joint action to achieve permanent water conservation measures to protect our regional water supplies and advancement of the multi-jurisdictional water resource development project in the region which you all worked so hard, the C51 reservoir. So after 16 years of planning, and it's now under construction, and it'll deliver the district the water resources benefits to Broward County and the region within the next year. These successful efforts have been facilitated in large part by the district's longstanding appreciation and participation as a member of the county's Water Resource Advisory Board, a role currently supported by Governor Board member, of course, our own Ron Bergeron, who is an icon in Broward County. We appreciate you so much. We also wish to acknowledge our appreciation for the efforts of the Executive Director, Drew Bartlett. Thank you so much. And the Resiliency Officer, Dr. Carolina Moran, who engage regularly with our staff and leadership on an increasing number of resilience initiatives. As far as resilience, on the last point, it's not possible to overstate the value of the district as a partner in the resilience of our communities. Resilience planning and infrastructure improvements are critical to addressing the regional's increase of flood risk due to sea level rise and intense rainfall events. And one of our most critical pieces, of course, is the infrastructure of the and SF system. We celebrate the Governing Board leadership in assuming the lead role as our local sponsor in collaboration with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers to undertake the long-awaited Central and Southern Florida Flood Management Mitigation Study. This is a top priority for our county and the region in Southeast Florida. I would be remiss if I do not recognize the importance of the district's investments in the Everglades restoration. That is so important to us, and an effort that will be all more pressing as the pace of climate change quickens. So in closing, on behalf of the Broward County Commission, we remain committed partners in each of these efforts and anticipate working even more closely together into pursuing these shared priorities. Again, thank you so much for your continued partnership and all of your efforts in benefiting Broward County in the South Florida community. God bless you.
Good morning. As the County Commissioner representing District 3, which covers Parkland, Coral Springs, welcome to District 3 of Broward County. We thank you for your tireless commitment to our South Florida water system and the care and well-being that you've put into the Florida Everglades, which is truly one of our gems down here in Northwest Broward and throughout South Florida. Something that many of the people that live in my community drive by but don't always appreciate the grandeur of what this really is until the pandemic hit, when I saw bicycles, people walking out there, and that became an integral part of their social life, exercising, and just enjoying the majestic beauty of one of the world's greatest natural resources. So thank you for being here. We welcome you to Northwest Broward, and Godspeed with your work.
Thank you. And I'm Steve Geller. I was signed up to speak on a topic which I guess I'm speaking on right now. In addition to being a former Senator County Commissioner, I'm also the chair of the Broward County Water Advisory Board and the chair of the South Florida Regional Planning Council. And at both of those organizations, I've been running around like a chicken with my head cut off for 4 or 5 years, screaming about one topic, because occasionally Chicken Little is correct, and I think this is the case, specifically on the issues of sea level rise and how that's going to affect our drainage here in South Florida. Drew is going to be laughing now because he's heard me say this I don't know how many dozen times, but I just wanted to bring this to your attention, even though I know that you already know this as well as I do. But I need, from a Broward County perspective, Southeast Florida, to make clear that I believe that we're going to be underwater in 10 or 12 years. I don't give investment advice as a commissioner, but I have been. I've been telling people to invest in ARCs and houseboats because everybody knows South Florida was carved out of the Everglades. And we drain through our canals, which have worked fine since they were built, 40s, 50s, as long as inland water is higher than ocean water. According to Dr. Jennifer Hirado, who I take her word as gospel, I'm sure all of you know her, about 10, 12 years from now, ocean and canal will be at roughly the same level. We'll be unable to drain whenever it rains there. I chaired the Comprehensive Economic Development Strategy Committee for South Florida. Our atmosphere, our terrain is described technically as rainforest. That is our technical designation here. If we're in a rainforest and we can't drain whenever it rains, and again, this is 10, 12 years from now, I'll be long out of office by then. But I'm hoping by yelling and screaming now, if people had done this 5 or 10 years ago, maybe we could have avoided this. I've spoken back when Colonel Kelly was at the Army Corps, and he told me then he thought under best case scenario, the Army Corps could fix this in 15 years if they had all of the funding when they needed it, if they didn't run into any problems, etc. They're still telling me 15 years, so at least they're consistent, although it's 3 years later. I think it'll be 20 or 25 years realistically. If it's 20 or 25 years before we have the solution and 10 or 12 years before we can't drain, that's 10 to 15 years of houseboats and ARCs. So I'm closing, I'm just begging you to do whatever it is that you can do. I know it's billions and billions of dollars to buy not only the pumps, but we're going to need to raise the banks of all of the canals as well. And the pumps themselves, I think, are 3 or 4 billion. That doesn't include the cost of raising the banks. This is a very expensive project. the Army Corps is normally in Congress slow to fund these. I'm begging you to do everything that you can to assist in this area, and I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Commissioners, very much. And Senator, we hear you loud and clear, and we have a staff person who works on that full time. That's all she does.
And I probably work with her.
I hope so. Thanks.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to thank our county commissioners. Thank you for your service to 2 million people here in Broward County. And we, together, between the state, South Florida Water Management, the federal government, and local government, has to work together to address some of the issues that's been brought up here. There's 31 cities here in Broward County. When I was driving here, I was thinking in 1946, I'm in an airboat, and there's only 6 cities in Broward County, not 31. So we've come a long way, and really, for future generations and a quality of life for South Florida and the Tri-County area, 6 million people, 3 million on the West Coast, 9 million around the Everglades. It's extremely important that as we go into the future that we communicate with our cities, the county, state, and federal to address the issues that are brought up here. And I know this board is here to serve everyone in South Florida, and we're looking forward to working with you on an everyday basis to make sure that we have a quality of life into the future. And thank you all again for your service to Broward County.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks. Thanks. We'll continue. And is Commissioner Bowen from Coral Springs here? And would you like to say anything? And Commissioner Carter.
Good morning. Hello.
Morning.
Good morning. My name is Commissioner Mateo Bowen, recently Bowen, and I'm here with Commissioner Carter, and we are here to say good morning and welcome to Coral Springs. I am delighted to see such a large group of individuals attending this meeting this morning. I also want to welcome the attendees, especially those who traveled outside of the city to be here. Also to the South Florida Water Management District, who plays a critical role in the preservation and management of our water resources. In this region, the work that you do is of great importance and impacts the lives of many in our community. Your dedication and commitment to protecting our environment is an inspiration to us all, and we are grateful for all that you do for our community. Coral Springs is a vibrant city, and we are honored to host this important event. We hope that you will take your time and enjoy all that our city has to offer. Explore our local parks, our dining, and excellent restaurants, and especially relax and soak up the sun. We are confident that you will have a wonderful time here. Once again, welcome to the city of Coral Springs, and we look forward to a productive, successful meeting. Thank you. I'm going to pass the mic over to Commissioner Carter now.
Commissioner Rowan Mateo has said it all, and we just welcome you to our beautiful city and hope that you enjoy your visit. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners. You have a beautiful city, and thank you for your service, and we look forward to working with you.
I second that, and I don't think I'm telling anything out of school, but I think I've spent more nights in your city than I have in mine in the last month. So thank you for your hospitality between Everglades Coalition and this. It's wonderful to be back here. And we have an aide to Representative Dan Daly, Kim Schnitzius. Would you like to speak? No. Thanks for being here. Appreciate it. Drew, I understand we have a special recognition today. It's bittersweet in my view.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So in Broward, we have our local liaisons that service all of our communities. They become really pillars of the community and become part of the family in all those communities. And here we have Lorraine Mayers, who has been in Broward County. She's been with the district for 27 years, and she's decided to retire. She didn't talk to me before making that decision. I wouldn't have approved it, but she's earned it. And she has been, Lorraine, everyone knows Lorraine. Everyone appreciates Lorraine. Where are you, Lorraine? There you are back there. Come here. She has been with us for 27 years. And everyone in Broward County knows her. All the drainage districts, all the local officials, these are the folks that go to the meetings. And whenever I have an issue and I don't know what the deal is, I can call Lorraine, and she knows all the information, right? And so it's really a pleasure for me to thank her for her service before. When are you retiring, actually? March 3rd? March 3rd? It's too soon. How about June? Anyway, Lorraine, it's been a pleasure. And anyone here that's in Broward County that has worked with Lorraine, if you have any of the officials here, I'd like to get a picture with the board over here with Lorraine as she moves into retirement. One of the things she did in Broward County is the magnet school program. She created a magnet school here that is the only one in the world focused on the Everglades. And that was her bringing... She brought the district message to Broward County, and it's going to last forever. So I really appreciate it. Let's get a picture, Lorraine. Thank you. Yeah, do you want to say? No. We're going to do it over here. Yep, time for employee recognition. So, yep. All right. We all prepped? Very good. So our first employee recognition is for Courtney Pisano. This is for the January Employee of the Month, and Courtney is a project control specialist in our budget office, and she works on our budget. And working on our budget is a heck of a yeoman's job. We have to do it, 3 times a year, preliminary, tentative, final budgets. The job never ends. In fact, you're working on the next budget while you're still doing the current budget, and it's a more than $1 billion budget. So we've got it's a lot of work, but why Courtney is being recognized is because when you're putting together a budget with so much detail that gets down to the penny, you work in a lot of spreadsheets, and those spreadsheets have formulas. And Courtney, you've been here, a year and a half, 2 years? Almost 2 years. So she took on her personal time, dove into those spreadsheets, got to know the formulas, got to know how they operate, and there's many spreadsheets because these are what go to the agencies for review, these are what goes to the legislature for review. And so she was, because of her own initiative, poised to deal with the crisis that we had in December. And the crisis that we had in December was we had to turn around our preliminary budget for agency review in 6 days. Here's the guidance, here's the spreadsheets, turn it around in 6 days. Courtney worked hard those 6 days, up to midnight here a few days, but because she was equipped, because she was dedicated, we got that turned around and put in time. And that's why she's getting recognized as the January Employee of the Month, because she saved our butts. Thank you, Courtney. All right. Next, we have the January 2023 Team of the Month. That's the Accounts Payable team in our finance section. That's Luis Irizarry, Jesse Montrose, Joanna Morlou, Carlene Nelson Davis, Doreen Wallace Walker, and June Wang. Yep. Let me talk about you for a bit here. So, we have the budget area and we have the finance area. And the finance area is what I like to call the cash flow area, where we have to get the payments made, get all the transactions done for all of the money that we move in the water management district. And that's what this team does. And they have been spending the last couple of years innovating, modernizing, getting this whole payment system to the modern era. And we have to pay and process about 250 payments for vendors every single week. And that used to take about 4 days. Well, they've been bringing us to technology. I think the one thing they put in place is the clearinghouse. Let's see, what's it called? They transitioned us to automated clearinghouse to get our payments electronic. They're much more nimble, they're much more secure, and they can get them done. Instead of taking 4 days for those 250 transactions, it's now 3 days, sometimes even 2 days. And so the vendors appreciate it, the Water Management District appreciates it, and this innovation is what we need, and I really appreciate it, and that's why you're the January Team of the Month. Thank you so much. All right. We have our February 2023 Employee of the Month, and that goes to Anton Scott. He's our S-140 pump station operator at our Fort Lauderdale field station here in Broward County. So, come on up, Anton. So, Anton isn't your ordinary pump station operator. He's one of those employees that always looks for the opportunity to get the job done and step up and get it done. Like every pump station, like every part of the organization, we will have turnover in pump stations. And this past year, there was turnover at the S-140 pump station, which usually has to be backfilled with staff from the field station and so forth. Anton said, let me see if I can take care of it. So he partnered with another pump station, and they serviced 2 pump stations together while the rest of the Fort Lauderdale staff was able to continue on their duties. So he stepped up and did that. but that's not all. So in all pump stations, there is maintenance that has to be done. It has to be maintained well and refurbished and upgraded and everything. So not only does Anton operate the pumps, he's also rebuilding the pumps. He's helping service those pumps, particularly in the dry season, which includes repairing and replacing, what's it called, Anton? The instrumentation panels. So while he's getting greasy, he can also repair the electronics and get electrified. I don't know what you would say. But no, you do it safely, right? Yeah, that's right. So he's taking care of this pump station, really showing the leadership. But that's not all. We're also renovating, or let's say Anton is renovating the pump station. So he is renovating the kitchen and the break room, bringing in new cabinetry and seating and all that kind of stuff to make this pump station nice. Also painting the interior, the engine stands. I got to get out to this pump station. Anton, this is why you're February's Employee of the Month. Congratulations. Thank you. All right, now we have our February 2023 Team of the Month. That's the L8 Cofferdam Project Team. I'll tell you what that means in a minute. This goes to Derek Brinkerhoff, Johnny Brown, Joshua Brown, J.T. Burns, Steve Congleton, Richard Delgado, Jose Guardiario, Teresa Hanslick, Ransford Jones, James McCrae, Christopher Meekin, Christopher Paniccia, James Reynolds, Richard Smith, Jerry Thinklin, Charles Thomas, and Tyrone Thomas. Come on up and stand up here. Now, what is the L8 Cofferdam Project Team? So we do, the L8 Canal is the canal that comes out of Lake Okeechobee into Palm Beach County, and right by the L8 Canal is the Corbett Wildlife Management Area, which is surrounded by a berm to keep water in the Corbett Wildlife Management Area. So while we were doing just inspections of the canal, we found that the culvert for holding water in the wildlife management area had failed, and it was draining the wildlife management area into the L8 Canal. And this is not good, right? But it was also failing at the same time we had Hurricane Ian going on. And so while we were trying to do flood control operations in the L8, that culvert was failing and draining the Corbett Wildlife Management Area into the canal. It's not our culvert, but that doesn't stop the Water Management District. We got to get this thing fixed. We're doing flood control here. So this team, when they spotted it, they got out there with the engineer, looked at it, came up with a plan to put a cofferdam around it, which stops it from draining the wildlife management area. And they made that decision, and they called all the field stations, deployed the resources, got the materials, the trucks, the equipment, the people, all mobilized one day, in one day. And so, yes. And so they got to work. And as they were working, putting this cofferdam up to hold the water back, it was filling up still because we're post-hurricane. And that water was rushing so hard through there that it was eroding this levee and eroding all the material away to put the cofferdam in. So they had to adapt. And so they called and they got riprap and crushed stone out to the site, many truckloads, I'll get into that in a second, to try to put that in, slow the water down so they could get this cofferdam complete. And they got it done quickly within about a week to try to stop this water from draining into the L8. The effort, let me tell you this. It took, when all was said and done, the staff used 5 18-yard dump trucks to haul 150 loads of fill material, 14 loads of crushed rock, and 12 loads of riprap to get this stopped, right? And it worked. It wouldn't have happened without this team. So that's why they're our February Team of the Month. Thank you so much, guys.
If you see a head in front of your face, then I can't see you. All right, everybody.
Mr. Chairman, it's amazing, this organization of nearly 1,500 strong, across 16 counties, serving 9 million people, and the responsibility to quality of life, our drinking water, our environment. It just amazes me, and we are so blessed, and I think I can speak for all the board members, to have such a professional people that operate such a system here in South Florida. So I thank all of you. It's a great honor for me as a board member to have such a professional people that actually makes us look pretty good, because they operate this system. So I want to thank all our
Thanks very
staff.
much, Mr. Bergeron. I could not agree with you more. And you make us all incredibly proud, and thank you all for the work you do every day. Drew, thanks for that. We'll move on to agenda revisions. Item number 5, are there any agenda revisions?
We have none, Mr. Chairman.
Great. We'll look for abstentions from board members, and I'll poll you all, and I'll start with Mr. Bergeron. Do you have any abstentions?
No, sir.
Mr. Steinle?
I do not.
Mr. Olipich?
No.
I don't have any. Vice Chair Wagner?
None.
Colonel Rowan?
None.
Mr. Martinez?
No.
Mr. Butler?
I have none.
Great. Thanks. There are no abstentions. We'll move to the next item, and that's the Audit and Finance Committee report by Chair Steinle.
I didn't know I was up so early. Okay. So we met on the 8th of December. This is the Audit and Finance Committee report, and I will try to summarize so as not to take too much time. So the first bullet point, unless we were all under a rock for the past year, is that interest rates have spiked. So We, in December, were at between 3.75% and 4%, steep rise from essentially 0 to 25 basis points the previous 2 years. So obviously, broad implications on the economy and on the portfolio for investors like the district and others. Mortgage-backed securities and 5-year U.S. agencies where we invest have seen tremendous increases in yield. MBS is up to 6.7. That's up from almost 2.2. And 5 years are at 5.5 at December versus 1.5. So amazing increases, not unexpected. So the strategy from December of 22 or during December 22 and Jan 23 was to invest new ad valorem funds received, thus earning higher yields for the fiscal year. So we have a catch-up phase, so we have a lot of legacy investments that we hold to maturity at that lower yield. As we invest new capital, we get the benefit of those higher rates. So for the fiscal year of 21-22, district earned just over $5 million on its investments. We liquidated $100 million, mostly from money markets, to fund operating expenses. And the portfolio was $395 million in total, with 88% invested. Low cash balance of 12%, primarily due to liquidating the money market. So our long-term target is typically 70% invested, 30%, so that we can fund operating expenses. And as a result of moves in the market and denominator effect, mortgage-backed securities were higher than normal as a weighting in our portfolio to about 52%. We did not purchase new agency mortgages. It's just a result of the cash movement. In the first month of the fiscal year, which is October 22, we were almost 80% invested, 20% in cash, and we liquidated $20 million in agency bonds in October to cover operating expenses. In doing so, we realized about a $430,000 loss to income, which we anticipate recovering as we reinvest at higher yields. So as a committee, we discussed, because of the rate differential, sweeping cash funds from the operating account, which are at low yields, to money market, which gives us higher yields, and replenishing the money market account once additional ad valorem funds come in. It's not our typical process to sell bonds to meet operating expenses. So in the future, we're tightening and have already started tightening the schedule for receiving funds from the DEP for project expenses. Excuse me, and then obviously making smart moves and preparing for a potential recession by diversifying the portfolio. So, I think as a district, we need to recognize that inflation has a couple effects because our projects are so large. So we have large dollar projects. The contracts that we have for our projects do not have escalation clauses, but I think the board recognizes and needs to understand that what we will see as a consequence are delays and additional claims to try to manage that delta between the contractual price and what operators actually receive. And then further, in the future, those bid prices for new projects continue to go up relative to inflation. So I think that's something that we all have to recognize, and luckily we have the funds to continue our significant progress. And then we had the Inspector General's audit report. There was one audit report to us for approval. That was the audit of ERP's environmental resource permit enforcement to determine whether the Bureau's enforcement activities ensured compliance with state laws, regulations, and individual permits. And what the audit found was that overall the controls for the process appeared to be operating as designed, with a deficiency really around lower than needed resources. So ERP staff resources continue to be a challenge. We find ourselves more reacting to complaints around permits, them being proactive, and hopefully that can improve in the future. We found that additional technology could be available to enhance productivity, and came away with 2 audit recommendations that we concurred with, which is the importance of permits and technology that could enhance staff productivity, such as tablets connected to GPS, and the occurrence of regular compliance and permit inspections. And then I have a third, the budgeting of revenues that come in from ERP penalties and how they fund regulatory functions. Mr. Behrens also presented a audit plan and long-term audit plan for fiscal years 24 through 28, and we approved the 22 to 23 audit plan, the long-term audit plan for fiscal years 24 to 28, and a copy of that plan was emailed or sent to each of you guys in December. And then finally, we had external quality control review of the Office of the Inspector General itself. We have to inspect the inspector. The external independent peer review concluded the district's Inspector General's internal quality control system was adequately designed and operating effectively to provide reasonable assurances of compliance with the government auditing standards during the period of 2019 through 2021. So thank you, Tim and team, and thank you, Candy, and team, both on the fiscal side as well as the audit side. That concluded the report.
Thanks for that. That was a great report. I appreciate it. Is there any questions or comments for Chair Steinle? I think my only comment, and it has to do with your inflation and the fact that you recognize that, you know, we build a lot of things and we buy a lot of fuel, and that those are both really expensive last year. I'm hoping that next year isn't as bad, but the fact that we made it through is good. So thank you for your steady hand on the tiller there. We'll go to the approval of the minutes of the December 8th, 2022 meeting. Are there any changes to those minutes? Could someone make a motion to approve those minutes?
I'll move to approve, Mr. Chair.
I have a motion. Is there a second? I have a motion and a second. Is there further discussion? If not, I'll call that question. Mr. Bergeron?
Yes.
Mr. Steinle?
Yes.
Mr. Olipich?
Yes.
I'll vote yes. Vice Chair Wagner?
Yes.
Colonel Roman?
Yes.
Mr. Martinez?
Yes.
Mr. Butler?
Yes.
Thanks. That passes unanimously. We'll now move to the Executive Director's report. Mr. Bartlett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, whenever we go on the road, we like to do some highlights of where we are on the road. I think the 3 commissioners that check 1, 2.
There you go.
Yeah, you have to
All right.
talk directly into it.
Get close to it.
Yeah.
All right. I think the 3 commissioners really did talk a lot about our efforts in Broward County and how we are investing in Broward County. I would like to touch on the resiliency efforts that our 2 agencies, the Broward County staff under Dr. Jurado, have really provided leadership in Southeast Florida, an extreme amount of leadership when it comes to sea level rise and resiliency and how we're going to adapt to these changing conditions. And so that kind of has fostered our efforts and fostered a lot in Southeast County. And so the partnership is very strong there. But you can tell that Broward County has made these investments because just this week, Governor DeSantis announced $275 million worth of grants for resiliency projects. You may have a copy of his list. But if you count the recipients, Broward County got a lot of projects. They got more projects than anybody in that list, and it's because they have been investing and preparing for chances like this to make a difference for their community. We did get some funding as well, which I'll touch on later. But that has been a great partnership on resiliency. The other thing that Broward County does well is alternative water supply. They have been very, very focused on reusing wastewater, which currently goes out ocean, a lot of it goes out ocean outfalls. And so they have done a lot of job practically eliminating those ocean outfalls by reusing the water for irrigation in the community. Mr. Bergeron and I did a ribbon cutting event recently, but we've been involved with 6 different projects in Broward County when it comes to reuse. And of course, Everglades restoration is front and foremost. Half of Broward County is the Everglades, and so it's Water Conservation Area 3A. That's the sawgrass side of sawgrass to seagrass, as they say in Broward County. But the Corps is starting the Broward County Water Preserve areas, and that's those areas between the Everglades and the populated areas that provide that good seepage management and barrier to seepage out of the Everglades. And they'll start construction on that next year, the Corps of Engineers. And of course, we're starting, I think, next month on construction of SEP North. That's the northern hydrologic features in Water Conservation Area 3A to get the water right up there instead of coming down canals. It will, the oozing river of grass in 3A. We'll start to build that out. So a lot of investment in Broward County. Just to give you some factoids, we've got Broward County is 1,000 square miles. We've got 213 miles of canals, 127 miles of levees, and 5 pump stations, and the Fort Lauderdale field station. So we're very engaged in Broward County, and really appreciate our working relationship with them and all the folks within Broward County. I think the Broward County Drainage District is here this morning as well. There you are. He was there last night. So we work very well together and very hard together, particularly after tropical storms. Speaking of resiliency funding, so the governor did announce his $275 million. We got $19 million of that. So very, very appreciative of that. We have structures and pump stations all around this district that need to be made more resiliency through hardening, through on coastal structures, lifting panels, lifting generators so that they can withstand a storm surge and not be caught in the storm surge. So we did get a lot of funding to do a lot of those kind of retrofits, including like modernizing electronics so they're safe from cyber attacks and things like that. So it's very appreciative. $19 million from Governor DeSantis. Thank you very much. Let's talk about SERP and some of the SERP projects. I do have a presentation later today that will cover a number of them, so I'm going to cover the ones I'm not talking about. Over the summer, you were briefed on a tentatively selected plan for the Western Everglades Restoration Project. That's the project over west of Water Conservation Area 3A, trying to it's a drain system right now, so we're trying to do the hydrologic restoration over there. And you heard that a lot of the concerns about building an STA in a pristine environment on that western side. So we conveyed our concerns about doing that to the Corps, and since then we also have met as the South Florida Ecosystem Restoration Task Force to reiterate those concerns. But the message was, let's get this figured out, get a better plan, but let's not wait too long. Let's get it to WRDA 2024. We didn't hit WRDA 2022. Let's get it in WRDA 2024. So the staff, we've been working with local stakeholders, working with the tribes to come up with an alternative that we presented in January at the project delivery team. And basically, instead of doing a highly engineered STA in that environment, all we're going to do is a hydrologic restoration. Right now, there's canals draining the area. We're just going to backfill the canals, make sure the water goes down the Kissimmee Billy Slough like nature intended through a rain-driven system and into Big Cypress National Park, and that is and that was what was presented. Of course, the local folks that were concerned about the Kissimmee Billy Slough appreciated that. We've been working with the tribes; they appreciate the approach. So we're working on making sure that the Corps understands this approach and starts really investing and tweaking and doing what's necessary to make that a reality in time for WRDA 2024. There are some water quality concerns in the area. There's a couple of sources, not too many, that we will work on personally as the district and the state to try to do some local projects with those landowners to try to control that whatever pollution might be coming off of those fields. But other than that, it's pretty much a rain-driven system. And so the tribes are comfortable with this concept, and we're going to be trying to push this forward. So we found some good resolution. I want to thank staff for working through the holidays to come up with that path forward. So we'll position ourselves best for WRDA 24 instead of continuing to deliberate that. So that's Western Everglades. Moving over to the C-43 project, I want to give you a monthly update on the C-43 project. And so I've got these 4 points I'm just going to read to you on this update for C-43. Chauncey and I have personally met with the Lane CEO and the WeBuild Vice President
Hey,
to
Drew,
express the, yes.
Sorry, can you speak into the mic just a little bit more, Ms.?
Sorry.
Problem hearing you. Thanks.
Yep. So I'm going to read these 4 bullets for you for the C-43 update. Chauncey and I have personally met with the Lane CEO and the WeBuild Vice President to express the importance of constructing this reservoir on schedule. The project remains significantly delayed. At this point, it has become clear that Lane and WeBuild are not taking the necessary actions to get this project back on track. As such, the district is now evaluating all of its available options to enable us to get this project finished as timely as possible. That's where we are. The EAA Reservoir update, good news, later this month, we will have a groundbreaking to get that EAA Reservoir rolling. Hallelujah, right? I mean, it has been a while, but it's such an important project, a cornerstone project for Governor DeSantis. So good news, we're starting construction. Unfortunately, there's a little bad news too, not terrible, but the foundation contract that they've been working on to get the foundation of the berms set up did receive a bid challenge. It did receive a challenge at the end of December, and that should take GAO reviews those and makes a decision within 100 days, which would put us in April on that decision. If it's favorable to the Corps, then they'll get rolling. The contractor was already preparing to mobilize when that bid challenge rolled in. So hopefully in April everything will resolve and that contract can move forward. But the first contract is certainly intact after its challenge, and so that's why we're breaking ground later this month. Many of you were there. The governor signed an executive order to achieve even more now for Florida's environment. I will cover how we are going to respond to that later in this board meeting. But the first thing the first thing the governor did was come out with his budget request for the environment under that order. $610 million for Everglades restoration, $370 million for targeted statewide water quality improvement, $50 million for alternative water supply, $60.8 million to combat harmful algal blooms and red tide, $406 million for resiliency, and then he also asked for $80 million in operations and maintenance funding for the South Florida Water Management District. So, as you know, we've been talking about our O&M budget going up and up, and we have been living on savings up until now. The governor recognizes that, and so he has asked for $80 million for us to continue our operations and maintenance for next year. So we really appreciate his attention on that matter. So thank you, Governor, for that budget request. And the last thing I have for you, Mr. Chair, is first of all, I want to thank Julie LaMonaco. She has served as our general counsel very well over this last year. A good friend, honestly, and a wonderful general counsel and leader. But alas, you know, she decided to stay with her husband versus put in for moving back to the East Coast. I don't understand that decision, but nonetheless, she made it. But the great news is that Mary Cruz Fincher did put in for the general counsel job, and the lead executive team went through a process, talked to her, got to know her. She's going to be a great general counsel. I really look forward to her starting February 23rd, and I'd love for you to come up and introduce yourself to the board. Very excited to have you aboard, Mary Cruz.
Good morning. Thank you for the introduction, Drew. I'm really grateful for this opportunity. I think that the work we do here is so important, and I'm really excited to be part of it in this role. I look forward to working with the district's leadership team, with my colleagues in the Office of Counsel, and with all of you. So if you need me, you know where to find me, but not for another 2 weeks. So thank you.
Thanks, Mary Cruz. Anyway, Mr. Chair, that's all I got for today.
Thanks very much, Drew. Appreciate it. Anyone have any comments or questions for Executive Director Bartlett? Thanks. I'd like to also thank Julia Lamonaco for pitching in and helping out and stepping up and all those other trite sayings, but I appreciate all of your hard work, and I think you made the right decision when it comes to Husbandson. So.
Yeah.
Mr. Olepich.
This mic down, thank you. I also want to thank Ms. Lamonaco because she really was the game changer for Palmar. And I got to learn that she is just such a good attorney. Thank you.
Mr. Bergeron.
I'll second that.
Colonel Roman.
Yes, I'd like to thank Julia Lamonaco. And Julia, I've said this to you and sometimes on our Zoom calls for our pre-briefs, but you've set a new standard for lawyers. I'm so impressed by your ability to take such complex pieces of information and shape them into excellent communications. And that's not an easy task for a lawyer. Normally, they want to give you pages and pages and pages of stuff. So I really want to commend you for helping me and the other members of the board in valuing our time and also getting right to the heart of the matter and really respecting that. So thank you and best of luck to you, and you've done a tremendous job.
Mr. Butler.
I'll add on to what Colonel Roman said, everything she said. I'm glad you're staying on. Thank you. And I know you have a lot of expertise. And, you know, Mary Cruz, you've got some big shoes to fill, big shills. And, but Julia, thank you. You have a way of dumbing it down for somebody that's not a trained attorney. So I appreciate your explanations. Thank you.
We'll go now to our trained attorney. Vice Chair.
Yeah, so I just want to, really say thanks. We've been blessed, I think, as a board with great general counsel over the years. We had Paula Cobb and Carolyn and then you who stepped in and I think really grew into the role. You took on all the big tasks. You were great handling communications with us. I know you and I had a lot of conversations because I'm, a lawyer and we can speak somewhat of the language, but you did a wonderful job. You really, I think, blossomed in the role, and we're looking forward to Mary Cruz and see, building a relationship with her. But Julia, thank you so much. You were fantastic.
I'll figure this out eventually. Quick round of applause for Julia. We're now going to move into our first public comment period. If you're here to comment on a specific agenda item, we ask you hold your comment until we reach that item on our agenda. I think there's only one of them. This comment period is for general comments not related to agenda items. Public comment for consent agenda items are item 13 on the agenda, and public comment for discussion items will be heard after the presentation. The public did have an opportunity to provide written comments prior to this meeting. I mentioned earlier we did receive one e-comment, and that'll be included with the meeting materials, and we did all have a chance to see that prior to the meeting. Rosie, we'll move to general comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We're going to start with Kevin Hart, followed by Kara Kapp, and then Newton Cook.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, governing board members, Director Bartlett, staff, and members of the public. My name is Kevin Hart. I'm the District Director of the South Broward Drainage District. I had the pleasure of meeting some of you at last night's reception, and I appreciate the Bergeron Everglades Foundation for hosting that event. South Broward Drainage District is an independent special drainage district located in southwest Broward County. SBDD is the largest single-purpose drainage district in the county, covering 72 square miles or approximately 46,000 acres with approximately 270,000 properties. SBDD and its residents and businesses are very dependent upon South Florida Water Management District when it comes to providing effective drainage and flood protection, and we are very appreciative of the cooperative and collaborative relationship that we have with the district. We communicate on a regular basis with the district's water managers, resiliency office, and field stations. We participate in grant applications and other types of resiliency and drainage work. This relationship and coordinated effort is especially critical during hurricane season and before, during, and after major storm events. SBDD could not provide the level of drainage and flood protection services that we do without the ongoing efforts of South Florida Water Management District. Some recent examples of that relationship and success was in 2017 during Hurricane Irma, and one of our largest rain events that we've experienced in 2020 with Tropical Storm Eta. I'd like to thank the district, board, and staff for all those ongoing efforts that they provide to not only South Broward Drainage District, but all of Broward County for our flood protection and drainage services. We'll be continuing to work with the district. We have some really important drainage and improvement projects that we're working to get implemented here. We've done a number since Tropical Storm Eta. And again, I appreciate all the efforts and coordination with the staff on all those efforts. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hart. Kara Kapp is our next public commenter, followed by Newton Cook and then Dan DeLisi.
I want to thank Kevin for everything he does for South Broward Drainage District. I met Kevin, I think he was just out of college. That was 100 years ago. But does a wonderful job for the district, and we've communicated on a lot of the issues, and thank you for everything you do in serving the public, Kevin.
Well, good morning. I'm Kara Kapp with the National Parks Conservation Association. Groundhog's Day passed, but it's kind of giving Bill Murray vibes to be in this room with you guys again. So good to see you all. It was wonderful spending time with so many of you at the Everglades Coalition Conference right here last month. I just wanted to first thank and call out Drew Bartlett for his excellent presentation at the conference on one of the panels that MPCA organized. It was about restoration progress. And also want to give a shout out to Sean Cooley and the comms team for the really cool drone footage that Drew was armed with, because there were over 250 people in that session at the conference, and they got to see those visuals about CERT projects that people don't often get to see. So that was really impactful. And, you know, we used that opportunity to talk about something that some of us have discussed, which is celebrating incremental progress. We don't have to wait until CERP is all the way done to start seeing ecosystem benefits. We want people to know that. And so I think Drew's role at the conference was really, really helpful in sharing that with the Everglades community. I also wanted to share that right after the conference, Chairman Goss and I and a small group of other NGO and agency folks had the chance to join Secretary Deb Haaland from the U.S. Department of the Interior on a tour of Florida Bay. It was a very cool day. We saw restoration in action down at Cape Sable. We saw a lot of crocodiles. We always appreciate when the wildlife cooperates for our VIP tours. And what I wanted to share with the board is what the Secretary emphasized to us, you know, not only the importance of the work we're doing for climate resilience, which we all know, but she really said how impactful it was to see that our work is collaborative and bipartisan, and that what we're doing in the Everglades is a role model to other ecosystems and landscapes across the country, where we need people to work together toward large restoration success. And she said something that was almost verbatim what Secretary Hamilton had said just a few days before, which was, make progress now while you can. We very uniquely have a president and governor who are not only talking the talk, but walking the walk, investing billions in Everglades restoration. And while we'd like to think this will last forever, we all know that when you're on top, it's hard to stay on top. And so we are very excited about the governor's recent executive order and the presentation Drew will give about how the district can maximize really this catalyst of success to deliver quickly on restoration progress. And then with my last few seconds, I just want to mention WERP. I was so delighted that a big theme of the conference was Western Everglades. And, you know, we unfortunately did hear from Colonel Booth that he thinks that WERDA 24 deadline might be a long shot, but unlikely things happen all the time, and we're going to keep pushing. I know that this board will keep pushing too. So we look forward to continuing to work together, and I thank you for your leadership.
Thank you, Ms. Cap. Newton Cook, followed by Dan DeLisi, and then Mark Perry.
Thank you, Newton Cook, United Waterfowls, Florida. Mostly today, I'm just going to say thanks to staff. I want to say a quick word about Steve Conklin, who just retired this past week. It makes me feel a little old because I watch people come to work here, then I watch them retire. But Steve just changed the world for us back in the day. And we have 600,000 acres adjacent to like Lake Okeechobee, 500,000 acres. And we've got 11 or 12 million people floating around out there, and most of them like to go out and hunt, fish, boat ride, whatever. And Steve played a big role in getting those people on these properties and on these lakes, and it's very much appreciated. I'd also like to thank the staff for the Wounded Warrior Hunt and what's coming Saturday, the youth hunt at SDA 1 West. The changes that we have to make those things go require staff work, and you have to say Dan and James over there in land management. Without them, again, those events wouldn't happen. Hundreds and hundreds of people, young people and wounded warriors, participate in these events. Youth hunt STA 1 West Saturday. Get out there about 10:30 in the morning at the check station, and it's a sight to see. All those kids and all those ducks and all those dogs and all those people. And all the food and the free raffles and things that we give away. I also want to thank Leroy and his staff. We had a meeting on the SDA vegetation, very much appreciated. I've said it before, I don't have to keep repeating it. It's a mission impossible. Mother Nature determines what goes into the SDAs, and meddling politicians who should keep their friggin' hands out of the business and let the scientists do their work. The SDAs are in bad trouble. They're going backwards, not forward. We know it. Cubal's coming in 2 years. There's no way you're going to make it. No way. And I could talk a few minutes about that, but I don't have time. SAV is a big problem. If you don't have SAV, you're not going to clean the water to 10%, 10 parts per billion. It's impossible. Cattails won't do it. You grow cattails for free. Open marsh and SAV, you have to use the science. I look forward to the groundbreaking. EAA2. I spoke of the EAA1 reservoir. 2003, I think, was the first time we stood up at the PIR meeting of the Corps and said, yeah, we need those reservoirs. But you know what? Even though we're breaking ground, it's not here yet. There's still some challenges, but I'll be there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cook. Dan DeLisi is our next public commenter, followed by Mark Perry and then Eve Samples.
I'd like to thank Mr. Cook for everything he's done. I've seen him in action for the last couple decades, providing access to the public, from the duck hunters to the hikers and the bikers just west of us here. Was opened up, I guess, about 10 years ago, access. And you ought to see the people that come out to see the Everglades, to see the sunsets, and bikers to be able to enjoy this public land safely and fall in love with the Everglades. The public owns the land, and I just want to thank him. He's pushed and pushed for access for a long time, and due to this board and previous boards, the public can enjoy the beauty of God's landscaping and the Everglades. So thank you, Newton.
So thank you for this opportunity to speak. I'd like to thank Mr. Butler and Ms. Thurlow-Lippisch for joining us last Friday at the County Coalition meeting. We had 11 commissioners from 11 counties there. It's our first time meeting in about, I think, 6 months. First time after Ian. So it was a great meeting. Unfortunately, the one county that wasn't there was Broward County. Commissioner Sharif termed out, and she was our representative. She was a huge advocate for us, including sea level rise as one of our priorities, and so we hope to have Broward join us again soon. Jennifer Reynolds did a great presentation on the governor's executive order, and I got to say, we were just in awe. His commitment to Everglades restoration is just phenomenal. We can finally see light at the end of the tunnel for how we are going to achieve completion of all these SERP projects. So that's very exciting. Kind of on the sadder side, I'll tail on to what Drew was just talking about with the C-43 reservoir. Commissioner Ruane made some comments at that meeting, which I'd like to echo. I don't know what to say at this point. We need that reservoir on the West Coast. It's so important. If you look at LOSUM, the vast majority of the benefits that the West Coast receives under LOSUM are because of the reservoir. It's not because of some miraculous change in how the lake's going to be operated. It's because of the reservoir. We need that reservoir, and we need it online as quickly as possible. I don't have. I can't have more faith in your staff from top to bottom. Drew, as an executive director, is the best executive director I've ever dealt with. John Mitnick, Alan Cherky, you have the best staff possible. It's not your staff, it's the contractor, and I don't know what to do about that. But man, we need that reservoir, and whatever you guys can do, whatever mechanisms you have, please take those mechanisms and get it done for us. I think the last thing I'll say is we did get a presentation finally that was delayed from our last meeting. Mr. Butler brought up in a governing board meeting on cleaning up Lake Okeechobee. So the commissioners I know are very focused on once SERP is moving along and on the right path. Now we can look at restoration projects for the lake and for the estuaries, and so we're excited to see that move forward. But thank you all for your time.
Thank you, Mr. DeLisi. Mark Perry is our next public commenter, followed by Eve Samples, and then Stephen McDonald.
Good morning, Governing Board. It's great to be here. Mark Perry of Florida Oceanographic. But just to start out with, thank you for, I wanted to talk about the Everglades Coalition Conference. 2 weeks ago, we were right here in this room, and it was a great conference, 356 participants. We had both the chair of both tribes, the Seminole and Miccosukee tribes there. We had Secretary Howland, Secretary Connor from Corps of Engineers, Assistant Secretary of the Army. And it was just a great conference. Many of you participated on panels. We had great participation from a lot of folks here at the district. But most of all, I want to thank you all for helping to sponsor the conference and also for participating and being there. In the years that I've been since year 2000 with the coalition, I think this is one of the best conferences ever, and it's a real testament. And thank you again for that. We had just a couple of general things about currently the situation. As you know, the lake's sitting at about 15.95 today, and we're this time of year about a foot lower than it is right now. The Corps has started, and we started doing releases from the lake, both east and west. As you know, about 500 CFS to the St. Lucie side and 2,000 to the Caloosahatchee, but none going south. And the concern is that at that rate, we're going to be, it's going to take about 12 weeks to get that lake down to a foot lower than it is right now. 12 weeks to put us into to April timeframe, which is critical for these northern estuaries because they're the nursery and spawning areas for at that time in the spring. So it's really critical that we get that water moving south as well and try to, if the goal is to lower the lake and get it back in the ecological zone and the health of the lake and so forth, we need to do that. You're going to see a lot about the STAs and the availability and unavailability. You'll see the red lights in John Metnick's report for the STAs, but you'll see green lights in the water conservation area 3A particularly. It's about almost a good half a foot or more below its schedule. So we need to kind of focus on trying to get the lake down, but we want to make sure we're moving it south as best we can and trying to hold off on discharging the estuaries. And particularly Everglades needs those flows, particularly now in the dry season. So I urge you, whatever we can do to try to focus on that and know that the STAs are in trouble and they need some help because they've been overloaded by over 900,000 acre feet of basin runoff. So we're going to be helping to try to look that forward and bring that to your attention. But again, I appreciate your participation in this from the Everglades Coalition side of things. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Perry. Eve Samples is our next public commenter, followed by Stephen McDonald, and then Jeremy Lemaster.
Good morning, Governing Board, Executive Director Bartlett, Eve Samples, Executive Director of Friends of the Everglades. We were founded by Marjorie Stoneman Douglas in 1969. So trouble in the STAs seems to be a bit of the theme of the public comments today, and it's what I'd like to speak about too. When Congress passed SERP in 2000, it included a provision to have an independent committee of scientists take a look at progress toward restoring the Everglades. So these scientists have no dog in the fight. The intention of this committee is to make sure that decisions aren't made based on politics or ideology. So the National Academies of Sciences created that committee, which has issued 9 reports to date, including one in December. So I have part of it right here. And it's interesting, and it includes some interesting and important recommendations for the Water Management District to consider. If you haven't read it, I encourage you to do so. And it's especially interesting on STAs. So first, the committee's report voices concern about the current STA performance and the looming challenge of meeting the upcoming deadlines on water quality. These are court-mandated water quality deadlines known as the QBEL. So most of the STAs, the 5 STAs managed by the district, are not meeting them right now. In order to get there by the 2027 deadline, the NAS committee has some recommendations for the district. Number 1, stronger science support with increased data collection and analysis. Number 2, establish near-term milestones for each STA flowway. Number 3, additional monitoring and research. I know you do a lot of monitoring and research, but there's even more needed because these are really complex systems. And the STAs can work well, but we need to make them work better, clearly. Number 4, create an independent external STA advisory committee to identify areas of concern and promising strategies. So this committee wouldn't just be second-guessing the district, it would be identifying solutions. And then number 5, address high phosphorus loading in the STAs through several methods that the committee raises, including expanding the footprint of STAs. So we at Friends of the Everglades have talked about the need for more STAs. I think it's going to become even more important moving forward. And then finally, the committee points out that the EAA reservoir was designed to make use of the existing STAs, and that cannot happen if the existing STAs aren't meeting the QBEL. So that's going to greatly diminish the benefits that were promised to the public in the EAA reservoir. So I know that's a lot of food for thought for you and for staff. We'll be following up with an email and my highlights from the report. It's really important to read and to consider. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Samples. Next, we have Stephen McDonald, followed by Jeremy Lemaster.
Good morning. I've not had an opportunity to address this board before, but I certainly appreciate the time. Before I talk about what I want to talk about, I want to thank your clerk, Rosie Bird. She has been wonderful. I texted her or emailed her late yesterday afternoon, and she got right back to me, and I want you to know you have got the right lady in the job there. I want to talk just very briefly about an ERP problem that came to light in Martin County involving my client, Medalist Building Group LLC. And Mr. Lemaster will be coming up right after me to kind of go through some things. I think he had uploaded some documents that Rosie had gotten to all of you. You know, it's one of the things that you realize in life, and it's kind of become in vogue more lately, is if you see something, say something. And I noticed that what ended up happening is that there's been an unequal application of some of the rules that are going up, at least up there in Martin County. And my client's going to talk a little bit about his property and an identical property, basically 4,000 feet away, that didn't have to go through all the hoops they're trying to make him go through. And, you know, a lot of times when clients come in my office, what they want to do is they want to go to court. I'm not here to, I want you all to know that we want to get this resolved, but it's an issue that needs to be looked into. And I would appreciate somebody, and I'm available anytime. They've got my contact information. But I would like to talk to somebody about what's going on there with regard to these ERP permits and the unequal application of how they're dealing with some of the requirements up there. Just briefly, my client was told, you know, he has to have an HOA. Well, the property 4,000 feet away, which is double the size of ours, they aren't required to have one, or we're not required to have one. And the other issue, they said, well, then you have to make an application for each of the lots. Well, they didn't have to do that. So it's costing my client a lot of money. His investors are up in arms and furious about it. And so I just wanted to bring that to the board's attention, that I think this is something that really needs to be looked at. You know, there needs to be equal application of the rules. And I just appreciate your time, and I'm going to let him explain it, because he knows a whole lot. He's lived a lot longer than me. I just kind of got involved in this, and so unfortunately, as lawyers, sometimes we don't get the full story and don't know everything as much as our clients do. So thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you, Mr. McDonald. Jerry Lemaster, followed by Matt DePaula.
Hey, good morning, Board. Jeremy Lemaster, Medalist Building Group, or Jeremy Lemaster. I own multiple properties in Martin County. I've been doing so for just shy of 20 years. This particular property that we own is located in Martin County off of Citrus Boulevard and is 53.78 acres. I went under contract on this property just shortly after 2000. And the previous owner applied for an ERP permit, or to change the existing ERP permit from a farm to residential to build homes. With that being said, this property was platted in 1916. This is not a PUD. This is not a newly developed parcel that we've changed. This is 1916 it was platted. On 1/12/21, the seller applied for an ERP permit number 210113-5105. I went under contract with the assurance that this board, or South Florida Water Management, would treat these permits equally. I've never had a problem with South Florida Water Management. I've developed subdivisions, and we've got our stuff back in a reasonable amount of time. And when I say reasonable, within a matter of a couple months. Okay. After 6 reviews and back and forth, I hired my own engineer to watch the engineer of the seller's engineer for South Florida Water Management. That person was Rick Creech. His wife is the regulatory for South Florida Water Management. So I thought between both of them, there should not be an issue of getting some permits out and some communication. After many, many months of going back and forth, the previous engineer withdrew the permit without my knowledge, without my consent. It is in your packet, and it is in public record, and it's on your website. After I found out about this, I hired my own person to pull a permit. Okay? I wasn't real familiar with South Florida Water Management's website, but I had to make myself very aware. So I went through this thing with a fine-tooth comb, back and forth, and I did my own research. I hired Jonathan Ricketts to reapply for these permits on July 21st,
Mr. Lemaster, if you
2022.
could wrap up your comments, please.
After numerous submittals and multiple meetings, and 6 months later, I sit here today with still no permit. But there's a permit that was down the street, 4,500 feet.
Mr. Lemaster, if you could wrap up, please.
Okay,
Rosie,
I
we'll,
will.
we'll let him continue for a second. You can keep going, sir.
There was a permit 4,500 feet down that is almost 100 acres that was forced to get an ERP because they were filling in wetlands, they were filling in ditches, they were filling in roads, so they had to get an ERP permit. So they're opening the same kind of stuff that we did, platted roads, 1916, both Palm City Farms. They go, they apply, and they get their permit. They do not have an HOA. Do they not have any kind of governing document? They don't have any scrutiny on any one of the lots of how they're to use their land. Nothing. And we apply, we go through this process, we follow exactly what they did. And those people are actually my friends that I knew, that I grew up since I was a kid. I know these people, and I know the parents. They helped raise me. And it kills me to even have to talk about my friend's property like this. But this is not equal. This is not equal. It is a moving target that we've done submittal after submittal after submittal. We've had meetings. We've had meetings with Gary Priest. We've had meetings with the staff members, the reviewers, my attorney at their office. We've had Brian Mass's office. We've had the people as high as I could get to other than this board. And people are turning their eyes. They're just turning their heads. This is the district's perspective, is what Gary Priest said to me after our last meeting. Look me in the eye and say, don't take it personal. We built 8 houses that are sitting there today waiting on the roads that Martin County was ready to submit and give us the permits 8 months ago. But Gary Priest, when he was sick, Michelle Colin from Martin County called her and said, we're going to issue the permit. And he said, no. You know you're not. There was no condition on my building permits at all to build for the ERP or any kind of thing from South Florida Water Management. I go and I build these homes, $1.8 to $1.9 million homes, finished. 3 of them are completely finished except for the outside yard. One of them, model home, I just walked away from a $1.9 million sale because I couldn't give them a closing date because of a road. Because South Florida Water Management is holding this. And this is seriously a problem. That is why we're here today. And thank you for giving me some extra time. I do surely appreciate this, but we need to look in this, and my attorney has contacted your attorney, and we have asked your attorney to show us the code of what you're making us do. And it's a week and a half right now, and we have no response back.
Sir, can I ask you a question?
Absolutely.
Maybe 2 questions.
That's fine.
You had mentioned that a prior engineer had pulled the application without your knowledge. That just,
So a prior engineer, Milport Group, okay, I bought the property from.
I'm just let me ask, just give me one sec, so I'm sympathetic to this. The previous engineer, you basically bought the the property from a seller who had already put in an application, and then you were sort of riding that coattails, and without your knowledge, the seller's engineer who was being overseen by somebody you hired afterwards.
Yeah, Rick Creech.
Okay, so the seller's engineer then, without your knowledge, pulled the permit.
Absolutely.
Okay.
The first permit.
Okay. When did the second permit, what date did the second permit go in?
The second permit, as stated in our packet that we gave you, went in July 21st, 2022. Same exact package. So my engineer literally went through it all, reviewed it all, made a little couple tweaks, listened to all their comments, talked to Gary Priest and the staff, and did everything. Went back in. Okay, the reason why the previous engineer, and it's important to say, pulled the permit is because they were so frustrated with South Florida Water Management and the ball moving and trying to figure out what's the best way to approach this. When the seller finally ended up selling the last property to me, 5 months later is when she sent an email to my engineer. So, I mean, it's important to say is, listen, I'm about following the rules on this, but we have two properties that are identical and another property is completely the same. Both ag, both going to build homes. One's almost 100 acres, mine's almost 50. These people on 66 and 54th, the other streets that they opened up, have close to 15 structures, ponds everywhere, no regulation, none.
I appreciate you coming in today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Excuse me, real quick, I just want to put on the record that he had mentioned Jill Creech, obviously, and so with her husband's involvement, she had recused herself from involvement with this permit, just so you guys know.
Thanks, Ms. Smith.
Thank you. Matt DePaula is our next public commenter.
Matt DePaulis, Environmental Policy Director for SCCF. Governing Board Executive Director. It's great to be back over here on the East Coast. January felt like quite the whirlwind, but with that many celebrations going on, I'm happy to circumnavigate the state is what it feels like, but really any excuse to drive through the beautiful Everglades to get over here is fine by me. I'd just like to reiterate SCCF's support for all the great work that's going on at every level of the state. It's so great to hear so many people talking about water quality and resilience and Everglades restoration and northern estuaries restoration and all the projects that are coming online. And when we have the kind of support coming from top down, it's really heartening to hope that we can all band together and continue this whirlwind and this massive tidal wave of support for restoration projects that everyone seems to be rowing the same way on finally. And that's really important to us. We live in Barrier Island communities out in the Gulf of Mexico. Water quality is absolutely quintessential to every aspect of our way of life. And so long-term supporting that, I think a lot of projects have been mentioned already in this public comment period. The C-43 reservoir is absolutely essential to come online. The EA reservoir, so great excited to be attending another groundbreaking for that in a couple weeks, it sounds like. Long-term, figuring out those STAs really going to be important. But even in the short term, I think it will be important for the board and the district to figure out what tools we can use to really get that lake level down. Mark laid it out pretty well. But we've been seeing optimal flows since Ian came through, basically, but they've been at the high side of optimal and pushing the boundary of what optimal means, which we can handle and we're needing, and it's flushing out the Caloosahatchee estuary. But as we move closer and closer to the rainy season and that lake level's not coming down, it's really worrisome for our communities who have been consistently dealing with multiple issues since Hurricane Ian and onwards. Now we're seeing the second red tide is coming through and intensifying with so many compounding issues. We're really nervous that the lake has basically stayed up at 16 feet, and if we can't get that down before rainy season, then we're looking at a lot of damaging discharges to the northern estuaries, which is not something that any of our communities are really in a position to take in a good year, much less after something as devastating as the destruction we saw after Ian. But thank you for the opportunity to give these comments and appreciate the work you're all doing.
Thank you so much. Mr. Chairman, that was our last public commenter for this item.
Well, thanks, Rosie. And thank you all very much for your public comments. We'll go now to board comment, and I'm going to start with Mr. Bergeron. And I just want to thank Mr. Bergeron last night for the reception that you and the Bergeron Foundation threw was really wonderful. And thank you for your hospitality, and thank you for your hospitality here today.
You're more than welcome. It's a great honor for the Bergeron Everglades Foundation to host our board members and all our stakeholders, our staff. Great honor. I'm really excited. 2023. So many great things that are going on. Want to thank the governor and the legislators for giving us the opportunity and the funding that the governor approved, $3.5 billion over the next 4 years. Wonderful opportunity for this board and all our citizens in order to continue to move forward. When you look at what we accomplished in 2022, I think we had over 40 press conferences, jobs completed, jobs started, tremendous momentum. And going into 2023, it just looks so wonderful that we have the opportunity to continue that momentum. One of the major things, and I want to thank the board and our staff, is moving water south. Every stakeholder, that's everything they say. And due to the leadership of this board and our staff, we are moving more water south than we ever have. Building the seepage wall, which is working, which cut off the natural flow by gravity in Shark River Slough until we built that wall. And these are barriers and missing links that gets the benefit of over $1 billion of infrastructure that's been built over the last 20 years. all of the STAs that clean water, the ability to move water under the Tamiami Trail and removing the old Tamiami Trail. I'm excited about our staff, and I'm sure they'll be reporting today, Colonel Reynolds, in regards to the western part of the Tamiami Trail. Excuse me. Making sure we get water under the Tamiami Trail and Loop Road, so the whole 80-mile face, by gravity, is moving south, which eliminates high water events in the Big Cypress Preserve and the Central Everglades. It benefits Fakahatchee, Picayune, Pantra Refuge, Central Everglades, Big Cypress Preserve, over 3 million acres of wilderness. So I'm excited about us moving forward, and I'm sure we'll get a report. Last night I was honored to have Jeff Corwin, which is won multiple Emmys, spent his whole life in conservation. Actually, he's getting ready to document the wildlife corridor, which is something we have to bring into our vision, that whatever we're planning in the wildlife corridor, we have to communicate with the DEP and the FWC and South Florida Water Management and our federal partners to make sure that we're doing positive restoration whenever we're inside the wildlife corridor. I did a show with Channel 10, a documentary of Wild Florida and the wildlife corridor. Everybody is focused on the wildlife corridor, and we have to bring that into our vision as we move forward with projects. Also, we had Ron McGill there last night, which is another conservationist. So as we move forward, we have to get our vision into that corridor as we build projects. And I think it's important that we have a policy that as we move forward with our federal partners, that we're looking and making sure that we're not destroying natural environment in the name of restoration. And be able to communicate with all the stakeholders, our federal partners, our state partners, as we continue to go forward. The journey of water is the life of Florida, from sawgrass to seagrass, the quantity, the quality, the timing, and distribution. And it's such a great honor for me, and I know my fellow board members, to proceed to save one of the natural wonders of the world, along with water supply and flood protection. And so I just am very excited, and I want to thank all my fellow board members and our staff and all the stakeholders. And I want to thank the governor for the opportunity for me to be here, and long live the Everglades.
Thank you, Mr. Bergeron. Mr. Steinle.
So it's almost exactly 4 years that we all sort of got together for the first time, and I think at that point when Governor DeSantis had sort of announced a $2.5 billion commitment to the Everglades and to water projects, which turned into over 3.1. I didn't fully understand the significance of that type of financial commitment. And he, you know, the fact that that he has stepped up back then and now in the second term and has not done it for politics or partisan reasons, that water is important to everybody here, all of us here in Florida, the economy of Florida, the health of everybody. Our water resources, flood protection is a nonpartisan issue, and he has been a champion. And it's allowed us to accomplish so much in terms of starting projects, significantly completing, or completing projects that some of which have been 20 years in the making, and that a lot of our predecessors have worked on. So we stand on the shoulders of folks who have sat in our chairs before, the staff, previous staffs of the district, and the stakeholders who are always contributing so much. So with this new commitment of $3.5 billion, we can, I mean, what we've accomplished is going to grow even more, and it's so exciting to think about the accomplishments that we can make. So staff is driving that. I always say that this government agency has taught me a lot about how, Charlotte tells me, how things can run efficiently. And you guys run super efficiently. You are passionate about your jobs, and you get things done. So it makes our job up here, easier. I feel privileged to work with all of you guys with the support that our governor gives us, and oftentimes feel guilty that I can't commit as much time as many of you guys can to this very important cause. We haven't met in a couple months, so I wanted to thank, I did a couple tours. I did a tour with Matt Pierce that Benita Whalen coordinated, and interestingly, it was into the Kissimmee Restoration Project and into the floodplains right after Ian. So that 500-year event that we planned that project around had just occurred, essentially. So we've got some nice data now to figure out how everything worked and how to potentially manage that floodplain really, really well going forward, even better going forward. And then was hosted by Wes Carlton, who showed me around his ranch and the BMPs that he's integrated, and really the amazing work that these public-private partnerships can affect. One of the things that was interesting is that these are expensive, and the government will pay, or the federal agencies pay for about 75% of it. But I think what I learned from him is that some of these things are over-engineered to the 10th degree because they are required to be. So I'd love to see a little bit of efficiency enter that. But it's great to see and validated what I've always thought, which is the landowners, the ranchers, will do what is best for the overall system, not just their land, because not doing it costs them money, or it impacts what they're doing with their farming operations or cattle. So appreciate those visits, and I think that's it. Thank you.
Hey, thanks, Mr. Steinle. Mr. Lipich.
Hello, everybody. It's good to see everyone. It has been a couple of months, and I'm trying to keep my things manageable because I do have a lot to say. First of all, I wanted to say it was just really wonderful being at EVCO, and it was wonderful to see the intense participation of the South Florida Water Management District Board. And I remember years before when there were strained relationships between the district and EVCO, and that is not the case today. And it was just really, really heartwarming to see everyone from Molly Brown, who worked so hard behind the scenes, to Drew being such a superstar and everybody wanting his presentation. Also, it was heartwarming to see the tribes there, both the Mississauga and the Seminole, and of course, do you pronounce her name Haaland? Holland, thank you, sorry, who is from the Department of the Interior. I mean, I had a view seeing her sitting at the table with a Seminole skirt that they had given her, purple no less, and then both of what are the names of the representatives, Drew, from the tribes?
Chairman Osceola and Chairman Cypress.
Thank you very much. So it was, I read a lot of history, and I just thought to myself, this is incredible. You know, we are in this amazing time together. And thank you, Mark Perry and Kelly Cox for leading the way. St. Lucie River, I have written back to most of my stakeholders saying, I am listening, you are heard. They do not like discharges to the St. Lucie River. I understand why we're having them right now, but they do not like them. I've told people that we have PTSD. It just brings back a lot of bad memories, and it is a little disturbing, I think, when you look through the old charts like 2016. What kind of happened is they were dumping in the beginning of the year, and we're like, oh, it'll be okay, you know, dump now. And then they're like, oh, we can't stop dumping. And so it's, I don't know what to do. And I just have to say, for my stakeholders, I'm very concerned. And Brian Mast, our congressman, wrote a very good letter that said the goal is no discharges. But of course, it's not fair if we don't take any, and then the Caloosahatchee has to take everything. We're all in this together. In my purple jacket role, of which I'm still wearing purple, I attended a ribbon cutting for the Fort Pierce Utility Authority. Very exciting. They, as I mentioned before, but now they are doing it. They're taking the old sewage treatment plant off the Indian River Lagoon, And they will move it to the mainland where their water will replace the water that's being drawn from the aquifer. Super, super cool. And one of the things they sponsor is the Manatee Center in Fort Pierce, and I wore my manatee necklace for all of the manatees in the Indian River Lagoon that will hopefully benefit from this after having such a hard couple of years. I wanted to mention that we were on the front page of the newspaper, if anybody gets the newspaper anymore. And Sean Cooley had some great quotes in here. He had a very handsome picture inside. And he talked about all the great things that Governor DeSantis is allowing us to do. And the triangle, I brought a lot of things today, my teaching tools. I brought my triangle because I wanted Jennifer Reynolds to know that I very much read. We got a second proof of the triangle printout. And I wanted to welcome Wilton Simpson as the new head of the Department of Agriculture. And I wanted to, let's see if I get these names right, welcome Mr. West.
West Gregory.
West Gregory, thank you, as the head of the Water Quality Department. And it just really seems, again, just like the tribes being at EVCO, it seems like we are in the right place at the right time. Things are coming together, and the Triangle is making great progress, and they are going to meet in person, face-to-face, in March. Is that correct, Ms. Reynolds?
That's correct. And so we'll be able to give a brief out at the next board meeting.
That's wonderful. And it seems like with Governor DeSantis's new executive order, which is just incredible, but BMPs, you know, everything's kind of tied together, whether it's the wildlife corridor or BMPs, everything is starting to merge together. And I think it's just really exciting, and it's going to work better when we're all working together. I wanted to thank Steve Coughlin for his service to the South Florida Water Management District. And I can say that he was just so kind to me all the time when I had concerns. And I was always, you know, kind of driving people crazy because he like took me to see the tortoise condo, you know, and I'm like, do they have enough room? Do they have babies? You know, the whole thing. And he was very patient and totally walked me through it and showed me how they do best practices and many different things, and just a wonderful person all the way around. And he used to work for FWC, I think, didn't he? Is that right? So again, you know, benefiting from the agencies being together. And last but not least, the National Academy of Sciences. I had brought this up last year or whenever it was because in my effort to understand all of this, I have collected every book from the National Academies of Science, and their new book won't be available for another 6 months or a year. But I think it is so important because to me, it's kind of a checks and balance in government. You know, you really don't always want to hear it, but it's good to hear what they have to say. And the main things that I took from their summary on their very last page about the STAs, and particularly improve phosphorus efficiency within the STAs, increase the footprint of the STAs, these are the options, or decrease the upstream phosphorus loading. So those are things that we've talked about many times. And in the back of my mind, I always hear John Mitnick saying, they've been telling me I'm not going to meet water quality for over 10 years. And he knows we will. And the district knows we will. Because no matter what gets printed in these books, the people who know it best are you on the ground. I know you're going to do it. And we are here to support you. So it's great to be back, 2023. And thank you for a good meeting. Chair.
Thanks, Mr. Olovich. Vice Chair.
Thank you very much. It's good to see everybody. So I'm one of the Miami-Dade people on this board, but I grew up, I'm a Broward boy. I grew up here in Coral Springs, actually, so it's good to be home. My mom taught in Coral Springs for nearly 25 years before, maybe more than 25 years at Douglas High for many years and at Coral Glades High School. You know, for all you science people out there, she's a biologist and a chemist. And my dad, for all you ag people out there, is in the food service business. But they were really public. We didn't have much, but they were public servants here. You know, they were teachers. And my dad was a legendary youth football coach here, coached way after I played. And you could not walk down the streets of Coral Springs when I came back to visit them without hearing Coach Wagner or Mrs. Wagner. So it's great, really great to be home, and great to have an opportunity also to serve this area in our role. It is hard to imagine. It's been almost 4 years, you know, since we all came on, and I think we had a real unique opportunity because everybody kind of came on at the same time, and so we were all on this journey together. And I think there was obviously a lot of excitement about where we were going, a lot of optimism about where we thought we might go, but I definitely think there was a lot of uncertainty too. I remember hearing from many people who I think tried to sort of, you know, maybe put the brakes or some expectations on our optimism in terms of, you know, letting us know that, you know, you might be optimistic and there have been these big promises from the governor, but, you know, prepare for disappointment, you know, was kind of the general, you know, whisper you would get from time to time from people who had seen some big promises over the years be left undelivered. And not with this governor, that's for sure. We've not only made, I think, big promises were made, but big promises were kept and overkept. And it is remarkable, in my opinion, to see and talk to people who have been in this space and been in this area and been begging for attention and were begging for things to come off the shelf and shine them up and get them out in the street. For us to see that happen now and happen so quickly on multiple fronts, I mean, you hear Miss Roman, Colonel Roman all the time talking about, hey, hang on, well, let's not just do one thing and then figure out how to do the next thing. Let's start doing them in tandem so we're ready to go. And I think that you're seeing that thematically throughout all the projects that we're doing, how efficiently we're working. You know, it is a time to kind of, you know, huddle up and sum up where you've been, right, and where you're going. This is, you know, the governor's second term has been 4 years for us on this board. And to get the executive order renewed, to get the even more now, to get the double down on not just what we've done, but where we're going. They're even applauding in the other room. You know, you can hear them. But look, I mean, the reality is this is a governor who does not rest on his accomplishments. It's somebody who doesn't just put his feet up on the desk and kick back and sort of mail it in. You know, hey, okay, great first term. No, it's a person that puts his foot on the gas pedal, and we're lucky enough to be in this car, you know, along for this exciting ride. So it's really been wonderful. I mean, some of the stuff you talk about efficiency inside a government organization. I mean, if you talked about, you want to put the stereotype to bed about inefficient government, come look at what's going on at the South Florida Water Management District. People show up every day, they go to work, they find meaning in what they do. I mean, you don't have to go much further than the S-140 team, right? They could have said, I mean, there's multiple stories to be told from that. Not only is it not our culvert, which would give somebody an excuse, especially during a storm, to go, well, you know, it's not really ours, it's somebody else's, so, you know, not going to get blamed for it, so not going to do it. No. They go, it's not our culvert, we don't care. We're getting in, we're gonna put, but not only do they do that in an emergency situation and in a time thing, that they put it together in a way, it's not working. So they have another opportunity to go, well, we did the best we could. It's not ours. We tried, but, kind of go home. But they don't do that. And I think if you told people this is a government organization doing these kind of things, they would be definitely surprised. And I think it's a remarkable story to tell on multiple levels for people who came out and put their, you're running an organization with 1,500 people. Isn't it nice to know that you've got a crew? You can count on all of these people, and they get tested time and time again, and they come through time and time again. So it's really a great story about what we're doing. From another efficiency point, I think, from a dollar standpoint, we've been fortunate enough to be blessed by this governor with a lot of money. Jay talks about, how far that can really go. You hear these things, and they're kind of abstract. But when they're being used efficiently, when you are a judicious steward of the dollars you're given, when you have people who are knowledgeable about where they go and how they should be applied and whatnot, you actually make change with those dollars. You do good with those dollars, and you see it throughout the community and throughout the district. And you have to be reminded. You see some of these press conferences the governor holds, and he's very smart about how he explains that. That's not my money. That's not the district's money. That's your money. That's the people's money. So when you look at it like that, you talk about tax relief the governor's provided. It's like, look, okay, that's tax relief, but that's your money. That's because this state is being run so well and so efficiently and with so much revenue that we are not only capable of providing the services that you deserve, but we are capable of returning some money to you. Same thing with some of the projects we're doing. I mean, I think you can see now with these ribbon cuttings and these things work. I mean, Governor talks a lot about, and you can see him in his pressers. I was so impressed. I mean, that was one of the slides that stood out to me. The Tamiami Trail, the raising of Tamiami Trail, okay, fine, you raise it, you talk about it, but then you put up the picture to show for 20 years how the water did not flow, and the red, it's just red down below, and then you lift the Tamiami Trail and you let the water flow through, and then it's green. I mean, it looks amazing. Honestly, it's one of the, I think that's one of the best slides you can see. It's not just that we're putting money to work, but we're using them, using it well. And I think it's just, it's really wonderful to see, what we're doing at the district, people put in the district. But also, we come to these meetings. Newton Cook comes and speaks every meeting. I mean, you really have to give a person like that just total credit. Newton, you've got complete and total my trust, and I love hearing from you and your and all credibility to come out here, speak his mind, but also to be a part of something special, opening up our lands. Right, we're doing things that are not just beneficial for terms of conservation, but also wonderful to allow the people of Florida who own that property, whose that really is, have the ability to come out and recreate on it, enjoy it, and be part of something special too. So it's great to be back and see everybody, and thankful so much for all you guys do, and thanks for the opportunity to make comment.
Thanks, Vice Chair Wagner. Colonel Rowan.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and I guess it's happy 4th anniversary here to the board. I had the distinct pleasure of sharing some informal moments with Secretary Connor while he was here for the Everglades Coalition conference. And what was such a pleasure was recounting how this board came to be. From Governor DeSantis appointing each of us to this board, for us accepting the challenge, for his executive order that he published to give us the roadmap. We convened, we elected our chair and our vice chair, Chauncey and Scott, and then we hired Drew Bartlett. And that whole unfolding of our history as a governing board was just such a pleasure to recount with him. And he had no idea some of the spots that I filled in for him that night. And I think that it's still one of those opportunities that we'll look back on as one of the few in our lifetime that we can actually say that we joined a board together, all of us at the same time. You know, that is so rare. In fact, I've never experienced it before. So I just, it's an honor to serve with each of you, and happy 4th anniversary. Speaking of tandem, Vice Chair Wagner, I had the opportunity yesterday to go out to the Picayune Strand Restoration Project with the Corps of Engineers. And it started off as a small trip, a small group. Steve Baston, the program manager from Jacksonville, was going to visit the Picayune, and I said, well, Steve, if you don't mind, I'd like to share some time with you and go out there and join you too. Next thing I know, I'm showing up for the visit, and there's like a dozen people there. And we have every engineer that has anything to do with that project at the site, along with a lot of expert people. And I was just so impressed by the amount of talent that was assembled. The first thing that we did was we toured the construction of the Southwest Protection Feature. And that is coming along very, very well. And they made some adjustments since my last visit last year, and they put their heads together, and they're really getting things done out there, and they're making incredible progress. And the Corps gave me a book of that progress with aerials, and I brought that book today just in case you want to take a look at it at lunch and to actually see what's going on there. But after we visited the Southwest Protection Feature, then we went down to US 41 and looked at the culvert work. And it's all, you know, full steam ahead. All the culverts are going in. They're digging and laying concrete and everything else. And it was great to see that. And I mentioned to the Corps, the only thing that would have made me feel more excited is if those were wildlife crossings, but that ship has sailed, as we've discussed before. Then we took the hour drive around the whole Golden Gate Estates to get to the other side of the Picayune Strand Restoration Project, the northern portion, where they're removing the Miller Tram and the roads, and removing all of those roads there. And it was incredible to see the work that was going on at the same time. A contractor was in the process of removing the roads, but the Corps had its heavy equipment team in place, already prepping the Miller Canal and the rest of the Vaca Union Canal, so that when the Southwest Protection Feature was done, they could just push the dirt in and plug the canals and gain some time with that. So talk about a bunch of moving pieces that they are synchronizing out there to try to gain some momentum on a project, and I'm sure they're doing it in other places too. But it was so exciting, and I was so impressed with the work that was being done out there. And I thank everyone who participated in that trip from the Corps, and Joanna Weaver and Ashi were there from the district with me. But talk about some great work and what a big difference a year makes. Because really out there, it's so wet. You're not getting 12 months of construction work. You're maybe getting 7 or 8. So, you know, that's a factor as well. So that was great to see, and I want to thank the Corps for that visit, and I enjoyed spending time with everyone out there. I also was out at the Picayune Strand at a different trip with our vegetation management folks, Ellen and Ethan Baldino and Alex Anishko, out there looking at our trial plots and all of the science that's going on out there to actually test different ways to do vegetation management. So that's an interesting thing, and hopefully at our May Governing Board meeting in Naples, we'll offer that optional trip to the Picayune Strand if you have time and you'd like to go out and see that while you're in the neighborhood. So that would be good. On a different subject, we had a ribbon cutting in the Big Cypress Basin for an upgrade to one of our structures. And this structure is very, very important to the Corkscrew watershed, well, the Golden Gate watershed, because the flows from this canal, the canals are 26 miles of canals in the Golden Gate watershed, start at the headwaters of Corkscrew Swamp Sanctuary, and they flow all the way through to Bird Rookery Swamp and all the way then down to Gordon River and Naples Bay. And as you may recall, we have been, the basin and the district have been working on analyzing the hydrology around Corkscrew Swamp Sanctuary because they've been noticing different hydro periods than in its historical time. So the basin staff and I also went out with the new director of Florida's Corkscrew Swamp Sanctuary, Keith Lackaman, who used to be the director of Rookery Bay, who has now moved over to Corkscrew Swamp Sanctuary. We went out with him, the science team, and the policy folks, and we took a swamp buggy and we went out to see their restoration efforts in the swamp in removing willow. And that's a partnership project, a regional partnership project with the district and Corkscrew Swamp Sanctuary. And it was great to see where that restoration had occurred. Tree islands appeared. There were tree islands that they couldn't even see and didn't even know existed because the willow was so thick that it hid them from view. So the wildlife was in full force there, and everything was starting to bounce back because of that great work that they're doing out there. And another item that I'd like to share with you is the fact that Dr. Carolina Moran and I participated in the Southwest Florida Climate and Community Summit. It was an outstanding summit that was held at Arthrex in Naples for climate resiliency. 250 people showed up and participated, and it was well attended, and the quality of work that was being exchanged in the small groups was just impressive. The way the conference was, well, it wasn't a conference, it was just like a summit for the day, but the way it was organized so professionally, it just brought out the best ideas in people, and there was a lot of exchange. So I just want to mention that and thank Dr. Moran for all of her great work with this, because Southwest Florida is coming on board here slowly but surely, and we're making an impact. So that's a very important thing that I wanted to mention. And also, Ron, I want to thank you for the welcome to Broward County. That was wonderful, and it was a great way to kick off our two-day event here. And I appreciate your hospitality and everything. Thank you. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, Mr. Olepich.
Ms. Roman, I wanted to say that I've been reading this book, this magazine that Audubon sends, and it has really good articles about Corkscrew and some of the things that you're talking about that, like, for me, not being from that part of state, are really hard to understand. And it's just a great resource as we learn more about what you're dealing with all the time. And and great pictures of all the birds.
Especially those wood storks.
Mr. Martinez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, I'd like to thank Xavier Figueredo, Captain X, and his wife, Elizabeth. They took me on a field trip last month out in Florida Bay. Well, actually, we went fishing. And he took me fishing, and we had a great time. But it's really neat to go with somebody like X to Florida Bay, because he'll get you into places that nobody else can get. He's been chartering fishing and eco trips over for almost 40 years, I think it is. And so he knows it like nobody knows it, and it's beautiful. We got met a flamingo, got to go around the Cape, went into Lake Ingram, a lot of fun, and we did catch quite a bit of fish, by the way. So thank you again to X and Elizabeth. Julia, I didn't get to chime in a little earlier today, but I also want to thank you for everything that you did for us. And as Scott said, you had big shoes to fill. Paula and Carolyn did a great job before you. And, you have such a gentle way, such a nice way to be, but yet you can just, on a dime, you can turn into a pit bull. And I got to say, you remind me of my wife quite a bit about when it comes to that. Everybody always says, my God, your wife is so nice. And, oh, just don't get on the wrong side of her.
I think it's you, Charlie.
which I tend to do quite a bit, yes, I tend to do that quite a bit. I know all her triggers. But anyways, so again, thank you so much. Mary, you got big shoes to fill, but I have no doubt if you've been selected for this position, you will do a great job as well. And last, of course, thank you to the great governor of Florida. He makes our job so easy. I mean, our job is easy enough because of the staff that we have. And politicians tend to always show up and, you know, wave the environmental flag because it always looks good when it comes time for elections. It usually ends up being a lot of talk. But boy, you talk about walking the walk. This guy does it. This guy does it like nobody has before. And so I can't thank him enough for providing the money to us and the resources for this incredible staff that we are so blessed to have, so that you all can do the great work that you do. So thank you to the governor, thank you to our staff.
Mr. Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Begin with Ronnie. Thank you for the welcome to Broward County. Reception last night. Kind of nice to have a saloon right behind the house.
Every cowboy should have his own saloon.
Amen. Amen. There you go. There you go. Complete with saddles at the bar. That was good. And all the calf rope and buckles, and I don't know if everybody get to look at them, but yeah. No, that's well done. Nice place. I thoroughly enjoyed. You've got a beautiful place there. Broward County is. I think I've mentioned it before. I mean, this is for the Butler side of my family. This is where it all began for us in Florida. And my great grandfather, Daddy Ben, moved down in the early 20s to work on the Hollywood Beach Hotel as a union carpenter. And then during the Depression, when things got slow, he went to raising tomatoes, and along with my grandfather. And before it was said and done, they were jumping dairy heifers off the railroad track there at I-95 between Taft and Sterling Streets, and grazing them, and then started milking them. And our family began milking cows right here in Broward County, down in Hollywood, and there in the 40s, and actually right there at T.Y. Park was where the second barn was, Topeka Youngany Park. So this is home. This is kind of where it began for my family. So it's kind of neat to be able to come down here. It was also neat to take that drive down Sawgrass from the hotel last night down to Mr. Ronnie's, and you've got Sawgrass on your right, and you've got where development has come to. Dad tells a story right there on I-95 when he was growing up. He would go check the mail down on Johnson Street. They lived on Park Road, kind of up where Sheridan Street is now, and he'd take his horse and ride his horse right there down beside 95, and that was a common deal. That was back in the 50s, and where we've come to today. When you look around this area, pretty much every dairy farm that you find north of Lake Okeechobee originated from Miami, Broward, Palm Beach counties. And I know Mr. Ronnie's talked about, he remembers all the dairies, and but as development came about, you begin to see them move. So there's a lot of history here, and of course the big thing that got my family moved up to Highlands County was they saw what happened, what could happen with CNSF here in Broward County, and my grandfather knew that if the Corps said they were going to make the land livable, provide the flood protection, they meant it. So when they let the contract for the C-38 Kissimmee River, my great-grandfather signed a contract the very next day to buy the property in Highlands County because he knew the Corps said they were going to provide flood protection. They did. So that's what got us up there to Highlands County. Couple things. I want to, Mr. Mark Kelly, great job on EVCO. I have thoroughly enjoyed participating in EVCO the last couple of years, and I can tell you, number one, it's a neat way to kick off the year for us. It's kind of a kind of a rah-rah moment to get that many different organizations' perspectives in the room. It's great to see additional perspectives coming in. Cattlemen, we're up on a panel, and I think that's so important. And I encourage more others to become a part of it. And because this is a group effort, restoring the Everglades and Everglades restoration, and it's important for everybody to be at the table. It was neat to have that Northern Everglades panel that Paul Gray did. I think he did an excellent job, along with the pictures he had in the background. But looking at storage, Northern Everglades, and of course the Wildlife Corridor discussion, so very important. And it's kind of neat to see the maps of what they would like to envision build out over 20 to 2050 and year 2070, even looking that far in advance. And lofty goals, but I think with the leadership that we have at the state level right now, we're well on the way to meeting those goals for Wildlife Corridor Reservation. Last night, visiting with some folks at Mr. Ronnie's reception, learned that we've got the Istapoga nutrient removal project. Learned the ink is dried, and so we've got a project going on there. So congratulations. That was one of the projects we approved last May, and it's finally, I guess they've got the contract signed, and they'll be moving on a removal project there in Istapoga. And I look forward. I got an invite to, I think myself and Ms. Reynolds are going to go look at the Istapoga Marsh Water Improvement District, kind of a local Highlands County type venture, but we're going to go look at that later this month. I look forward to seeing what the county's done there and learning more. Herbert Hoover Dike ribbon cutting, excellent event, well attended. There must have been, I think there were 250 people there, and they recognized 125 of them. But no, it was well done. Well done, Ingrid. Ingrid, here's your third shout out. Congratulations. Brought it to completion. 15 years, 3 years ahead of schedule, and several $1 million under budget. Is that right? Yep. Yeah, 1.8 billion. Got it done for 1.5, I think. So that is, I'll tell you, and Chairman, in his comments, recognized what that means to the local stakeholders, especially there south of the lake. My grandfather on mom's side, my great-grandfather, I mean, the story has been passed down of the hurricanes and is what that done. We talked about the Okeechobee Courthouse being used as the county morgue back after the 28 hurricane. And so it's refreshing to have that done, but I will remind us, having Herbert Hoover Dike strengthened is another tool in the toolbox. It doesn't mean we have to use that tool to the full extent. We worry about the lake levels where they're at today. I think for this time of year, in the history that I've seen, this is the highest the lake has been. Now, we knew that was coming with where we're going with Losum. But it is concerning, and is concerned about the health of the lake, as is concerned about the estuaries. So it is, Midnick, we'll get into conditions, but you've got your hands full as usual. And I'll just tell you, just keep making the correct recommendations. You know how to get it right. The Western Everglades, it was great to get that news that we got that Western STA issue kind of taken care of. And I just want to thank the stakeholders in that area that spoke up, that used the process. The process worked, and we appreciate your advocacy and bringing to light some of the things that we may not have realized going into that process. So thank you to the stakeholders there at Western Everglades. I want to call your attention. tab 30 in our book. I think it's under Candida's report, kind of a draft of the South Florida Environmental Report. I imagine we'll be going over some of this workshop here in a couple months, I think. But a couple pages back there, page 10, some of these are they're KPIs, key performance indicators. And I use them in the dairy business. We all use KPIs in our own businesses. We've got certain benchmarks we want to hit. But call your attention to a couple of these in here. Strategic priority 2, maximizing use of available water storage features such as reservoirs and flow equalization basins. You've heard me ask and harp on that. Well, here it is right in front of our noses. Water year 2020 on dispersed water projects. Our projects that stored 52,760 acre feet. 21, 101,000. 22, 108,000. So we've got the storage that's happening, it's increasing, and that is great to see. You've got some other water quality stuff listed there on another KPI. But the other one I wanted to point out, and I guess this is still draft. This says draft on it. Is it finalized yet, or the data still? Data's good, right?
The data is good. It's just being reviewed by the experts in the agency with my staff to make sure that everything's been translated properly.
Okay.
And
Well,
it's
thank you.
due, as you know, March 1st, so it'll be.
Okay. Well, thank you, Candy, and thanks for giving us a glimpse here of what it looks like. But Newton, water year 22, phosphorus load to Lake O. Let's see, water year 21, we were 520 tons. Water year 22, we were 285 tons. We look at this on a 5-year average. Hopefully this 5-year average, hopefully we're going to be able to change that 500-ton figure you keep reporting. And it's a true actual figure. And but I think that we're seeing a lot of stuff. With the leadership we have happening today, we're going to see. I'm hopeful we'll see improvements. I look forward to seeing what our 5-year average looks like when we finally get that Hurricane Irma year rolled off the books. So I'm looking forward to seeing what happens there. Lorraine, if you're still, yeah, she's back there. I didn't get to say it earlier. Lorraine, thank you for your service. I know you look forward to spending time with your mom. Precious time, but thank you for what you've done. Again, you left big shoes to fill. And I'll say it again for my fellow board members, use our regional reps if you don't. Develop a relationship with them. They are the boots on the ground, and they can be a great resource to you if you're not, if you haven't used them before. KPI priority. Final thing, Kissimmee River floodplain. I get to drive over it every day going to lunch. Still inundated. And Lawrence, I got a question for you. You can answer it during your report. But we're still, the floodplain is still inundated. Here we are, February 9th. I'm curious what kind of record that is, or how long the floodplain historically has been inundated, even back before channelization. So I don't know if you can kind of throw some of those numbers in when you get there. But that for me, that seems to be a record. So, but it looks good out there. But it looks like we will be drying it up. So it'll be ready for some burning here before long. Just a good reminder. All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks, Mr. Butler, and thank you all for your comments. I do really love listening to everything you all have to say, and I really love the opportunity to be able to serve with you all. This is a very unique board, and Colonel Roman, I think you hit the nail on the head. You said, it's so unique. We all started out at the exact same time, and that rarely ever happens, and it's given us a special bond, I think, and I love what's happening. So 22 ended, and I remember thinking, wow, that was a busy year. I wonder what 23 is going to be like. And the governor issued his executive order, and 23 has just been a whirlwind so far. And I can't thank the governor enough for the incredible commitment to what we're doing and to basically the leadership and the direction to our mission. It makes our lives so much easier, and it's incredibly fulfilling, and we're really, really fortunate. So we had the Taylor Slough groundbreaking, we had the Herbert Hoover Dyke ribbon cutting, we had a nice tour of the Everglades with the Secretary of Interior. We had EVCO. I'm probably missing something. Oh, a little trip to D.C. to talk to the Everglades Caucus. Drew did an absolutely great job talking to the co-chairs up there, Ms. Wasserman Schultz and Mr. Mario Diaz-Balart. And that was nice. And Drew did a very good job representing the district and all the work we're doing. And Congress knows the good work we're doing. And I think that hopefully they're inclined to keep funding and getting us the money that we need so that we can do it. So that was really encouraging. I look at the, actually, before I go into that, I just want to say, Lorraine, thank you. You have 31 mayors you have to deal with. That in and of itself is just unbelievable. Sorry? In 28 years, yeah. How many mayors is that? I mean, that's got to be hundreds, and councils. But thank you for all the incredible work you've done. I remember I met you on my 4th day as a governing board member, and you were incredibly kind to me, and you were probably my first real experience in seeing operations of the district and introducing me to some of the pumps and what goes on there. And I can't thank you enough for all you've done for the district over your time here. And you certainly will be missed, and you certainly do deserve a healthy and happy retirement. So thank you. I guess we are coming up on our four-year anniversary, and I guess one of the ways we know that is by looking at the picture in front of us. And I was like, oh my gosh, we all look a little bit older. Don't use these pictures anymore, jeez. I think we've got 55 projects that we've sort of started, finished, or have major milestones on, and that's the metric we've been using. And so we're really excited that we've been moving along. And the one thing that really concerns me is looking back at those 4 years. The first thing we did, I think it was the very first meeting we had. It was on the agenda. It was a big agenda item, and that was the C-43 reservoir. That was the construction of the C-43 reservoir. And when I look at the 55 projects that we've undertaken today, that's the one that concerns me most right now, and that's really disappointing to me. And it's disappointing on a lot of different levels. And I absolutely hold Lane and WeBuild responsible for that, because they stood in front of this board and they promised things that they have not been able to deliver. And that's disappointing, and it's not acceptable. And I heard Mr. DeLisi speak earlier that the commissions around the state and around the lake are concerned as well. So it's not just this board, it's our constituency, and that's a problem. And Drew, I appreciate your comments earlier. We need to fix it. I also appreciate Mr. Perry's comments, and I guess not only Mr. Perry, but some other folks about the lake levels. We have made great progress in 4 years, but it's just frustrating to me because our hands are still tied. We can't do what we want. We have just incredibly full lake right now, and I'd love to be able to just move the water south, but it's not that easy. We have to move clean water south, and we don't have that ability yet. And we're getting there, and we're getting there slowly. So I say to my friends on the East Coast and the West Coast, hang in there. This board is fully aware of the pain that it's out there, the pain that could be out there, and the staff is fully aware of that, and they're doing everything they can to figure out workarounds, and whatever workarounds there are going to be, what we're going to do, and we're going to just keep, as Vice Chair Wagner said a minute ago, keep that foot on the gas, or the governor's going to keep the foot on the gas. We're going to keep in the car, and we're going to get as much done as we can so that we can make sure that when we have high lake levels like this, we don't have to have toxic discharges, because those are also unacceptable. So now I think we've all talked way too much, and we will move on to, where are we? Consent agenda.
Mr. Chairman, can I say one brief?
Yes, sir.
Thank the board members again for coming to Broward County. The Tri-County area is 6 million people that have access to come and so it's very important to Broward, Dade, and Palm Beach County. And, I'm sort of like Scott and Ben that grew up here, a lot of roots. And, a lot of people don't realize that in 1947, across this whole area was 4 to 6 foot of water. The 47 flood, 1948, we only had 3 to 4 foot of water. And I can remember my grandfather, which was a game warden, picking people off their rooftops and bringing them to high ground. And then in 1948, as we moved forward with flood protection and drew the lines that's just west of here along Sawgrass for flood protection. And the important thing as we go forward today is the balance of economical growth and jobs, which are important, but at the same time, our obligation to the environment and our quality of life for future generations, and drinking water, the most important resource on the planet. So I've been across 25 of these cities, telling my age again, in an airboat, even in Coral Springs, Scott, right where you lived. And right here, when I was driving here today, I was just thinking, I used to be in this area in an airboat. There was only 6 cities back in the 40s and the early 50s, and now we have 31 cities. So we've come a long way, and it's a great honor for all of us, I know, to make sure that we reach that balance of economical growth and jobs in the right areas and protection of the true natural resources. It's so important to have the infrastructure to have that growth in the American dream. So thank you very much, and look forward to working 2023 and make the American dream still alive.
Thanks, Mr. Bergeron. Let's see, any board members want to move any items on the consent agenda to discussion agenda? Nope. Are there any comments on the consent agenda?
We have one, Mr. Chairman. Mark Perry.
Good morning, Governing Board. Just on the consent, there are about 3 items that, items 16, 17, and 18 that deal with the IRL South project, the interconnect canal, access to lands and lands needed, and then county access. All those are really great in moving forward with those components in the IRL South project, so appreciate that. But item 22 is talking about bloom treatment technologies, and I just kind of throw up a kind of word of caution as we approach those kind of technologies, that there's concerns of how we use those in the lake, and then what the impacts might be of the after effects of using those technologies to mitigate or to treat blooms, algae blooms in the lake. And then lastly, the 23 and 24 have to deal with your STA to particularly the STA refurbishments program. I'm not sure I know too much about the district's STA refurbishments program, but apparently this change order for about $2 million has to do with really making sure that STA 2 is getting back up to, refurbished and is doing its ability to do the treatment that it needs to have those water flows down to the water conservation areas. So I know it has to go forward and things going forward, and maybe we need just an update at some point in time how that program, the refurbishments program for STAs, is going along. And maybe that could be at a different time. The staff could help us understand what's happening there. The STA input, as you'll see in the tech reports, are the inflows, the average for this water year, 2023, are averaging about 164 parts per million phosphorus, and the outflows are right around 26.4 parts per million phosphorus on average, which is great. It's great treatment. It's ability to take that water inflow and then treat it as it can move through it. But I understand they are really subject to a lot of damage a lot of times, and we really need to look at our STAs and how they're being used and affected, and really try to expand our treatment before that comes in through mainly the EA Basin runoff that is using over 900,000 acre feet this past water year of water going through there. So maybe there's a potential, IFAS, University of Florida, wrote some papers in recent years about BMPs in agriculture, primarily citrus and others, to use retention and detention within those sites. And if we could do that in those areas, it might help to stem the flows and the concentrations that go into our STAs. And just encourage you to take a look at that. Maybe we can learn more about that at a future meeting too. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Perry. Mr. Chairman, we have no more public comment for this item.
Hey, Mark, thank you for your leadership with the Everglades Coalition. 38 years, bringing all the conservationist environmental groups together. It was a great honor. A lot of our board members attended, and bringing people together to share opinions and come up with solutions. All about we, great organization, and thank you very much.
Thanks, Ron. I have a motion.
I'll move.
I'll second it.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Martinez.
Just before the vote, and I'm fine with keeping it on a consent agenda, just wanted to make a comment that on item number 23, the amount of the change order kind of raised my eyebrows, and really, especially in relation to the contract amount. But I feel very comfortable. I've been after having a lengthy discussion with Rich during my briefing, and feel absolutely comfortable that they have done a great job actually getting that change order where it is. There was a few factors, one being that one of the ones that Jay talked about during his audit and finance committee, which has to do with some of these escalating elements that come into some of these contracts, especially when they're not in the scope of work that the contract originated on. So just wanted to make that comment.
No, thanks, Mr. Martinez. I have a motion and a second, and I also want to make the point that items 16 and 17 require a 2/3 vote. If there's no further discussion, I'll go ahead and call the question. Mr. Bergeron?
Yes.
Mr. Steinle?
Yes.
Mr. Olipich?
Yes.
I'm going to vote yes, Vice Chair.
Yes.
Colonel Roman?
Yes.
Mr. Martinez?
Yes.
Mr. Butler?
Yes.
Thanks. That passes unanimously. And I think we now get to go to technical reports. Mr. Mitnick.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. Hopefully, I can get through this relatively quickly and get everybody.
Hey, John, make sure that's on. 'Cause okay.
It's on, but it's not good, so you got to lift it up so you can, there you go. How's that? Is that a little bit better? All right, so we'll get cranking here. Jen, start the timer, see if we can get through it relatively shortly. Looking back at the rainfall, you can see the month of January had well below average rainfall, roughly a 1.7-inch deficit in rainfall. Of course, everybody is still reeling from the excessive rains back in September from the 2 hurricanes that we had. So what that wound up for the month of January, you see a lot of the red, and I guess I'll give thanks to our 2 district meteorologists who have been working behind the scenes for a while now to improve a lot of the weather graphics that we use and a lot of the information that we put out on the website for the public to view. So that's why these 2 graphics have a little bit different look and feel to them from previous presentations, as they constantly work to improve the products that we use. But looking there on the left, the month of January, you can see there was that deficit of rainfall along the lower East Coast. Of course, probably Mr. Wagner and Mr. Martinez can tell you that changed last weekend, where there was decent rains over the lower East Coast last weekend that caused us to spring back into flood control mode and operate the system for flood control to relieve some of those waters from the communities along the lower East Coast. But looking in the upper chain of lakes, starting in the top right, East Lake and West Lake Toho, they've been coming down ever since their winter pools a couple weeks, months ago. We're managing those lakes to have that summertime recession that we usually start seeing. We've started that recession already, as you can see by the 2 traces on the graphic, as they work their way down to their summer pool there on June 1st at the bottom of that red line on the graph. On the left-hand side, Lake Kissimmee has also started that recession, as we're maintaining some of those flows to the river right around 1,300 CFS right now. But over the coming days and weeks, we'll be gradually reducing that flow down the river
and holding some more of that water back up in Lake Kissimmee in the upper chain as we manage both the ecology of the lake, the ecology of the river, and also the conditions downstream in the receiving bodies. Similar story there for Lake Istapoga in the bottom left. It's just following its regulation schedule, and lake levels we're releasing water out of Lake Istapoga to manage that lake stage in accordance with the regulation schedule. Jumping a little bit further down, Lake Okeechobee, this is the usual projection that we see every month based on the LOR's 2008 regulation schedule. What it's telling you, that purple shaded area, is that there's roughly a 50% chance that come June 1st, lake stages will be somewhere between 13 and 14 feet as we move through the rest of this dry season. You've already heard a lot of comments already about the lake stage. We're looking for that dry season to pick up, and I'll talk a little bit more about that later on in the presentation, about what the forecasts are for the rest of the dry season. But this is the projection just based on LOR's 08. Right today, we're sitting at 15.95, which is just slightly still up in the intermediate band, and the lake has just gradually been coming down over the past couple weeks, not quite as quickly as a lot of folks would hope. Comparing that to what is the ecological envelope, we've talked before in several board meetings about how it's our desire to be able to manage the lake within that ecological envelope, especially during the dry season, and have that recession down through the envelope. Based on the projection here, overlaid over top of the envelope, even with implementing some of those LOR's 08 type operations, there's about a 25% chance that you would get down into the ecological envelope as we go through the rest of the dry season. So the lake's got some challenges ahead of it as far as lake stage and operations management, and that's something that I know you well know that the executive director, myself, and a whole host of district staff personnel are in constant communication with the Corps of Engineers and their decision-making process that they go through every single week. Looking at the southern portion of the system, up in the top right-hand corner, Water Conservation Area 1, it has just been gradually following its regulation schedule down. You can see a small blip there associated with the rains that just occurred this past weekend. So its stage increased just a little bit. The Corps of Engineers has made some adjustments, and they're currently moving about 300 cubic feet per second down out of Area 1 down into Area 2, which will take you down to the next graph on the right-hand side. You can also see a similar response in Area 2 from that recent rainfall, where the levels in Area 2 just went up, but it's still slightly above schedule overall, but for the most part, Area 2 is in a pretty good place for what we look for this time of year. There's a whole nother conversation about that regulation schedule and potential changes to that regulation schedule that may be coming here in the future through a public process, but more to come on that at a future date. One of the other operations that we are implementing is to move some of that water out of Area 2 across the L5 canal, which is right up, the pointer won't work on the screen, so I apologize, but if you can see where that STA 2 stoplight is, that little junction just below that, we're moving water right there around that corner and trying to move it over into Area 3A to support the recession that's ongoing in Area 3A, and you can see that recession in the graphic on the left-hand side. As Area 3A drops down, we're continuing to move water from 3A down into Everglades National Park in accordance with the Tamiami Trail flow formula, which this week is calling for just slightly below 1,200 cubic feet per second. So you can reasonably anticipate that Area 3A will continue its recession as we move forward in time. There was a very slight change or increase, reversal in stages within 3A from that recent rains, but with the coming drier days that I'll talk about a little bit later, you'll see that recession start to regenerate itself, so to speak. Other operations, while we're on this slide, the district is moving water south out of Lake Okeechobee through the stormwater treatment areas into the water conservation areas. We've been doing that for over a month now. We're moving that water through the stormwater treatment area 2 on this graphic here. So looking at the overall system and how water is sort of moved around, you can see the big number there, the inflows to Lake Okeechobee, roughly just a little over 2 million acre-feet of water have moved into Lake Okeechobee since the start of this water year back in May 1st. That's roughly equivalent to about 4.5 feet of water on Lake Okeechobee is what's come in from all directions. Over on the west coast, the Caloosahatchee Estuary has received about 1.2 million acre-feet, with about 200,000 acre-feet originating in Lake Okeechobee. So the balance of the 1 million acre-feet is from that basin runoff and rainfall that has occurred within the C-43 basin. Over on the east coast, from the C-44 basin, you can see there's been roughly 52,000 acre-feet of water have been discharged to the St. Lucie Estuary, with just a little bit more than 11,000 acre-feet having originated in Lake Okeechobee. So that's probably a new number on this graph. I don't think that was 0 back in December when we last met, but that's the result of the operational decisions to move some of that lake water to the St. Lucie Estuary. Just above that, you'll see roughly 188,000 acre-feet have come from C-2324 to the St. Lucie Estuary, and then another 115,000 acre-feet from C-25 to the Indian River Lagoon. Looking at the southern portion of the system, inflows to the conservation areas have been a little bit more than 1.3 million acre-feet from all of those sources, both from the north, the west, and the east. Dropping a little bit farther down, looking at Everglades National Park, there's a comparable 1.3 million acre-feet having moved into Everglades National Park, inclusive of the return seepage that goes into the detention cells along the eastern side of the park. And then last but not least, the flows to the intercoastal there from the lower East Coast, as we've talked about in the past. Unfortunately, I don't have the number off the top of my head, but the majority of that 2.1 million acre-feet that is coming off the lower East Coast to the intercoastal to the tide is actually going to Biscayne Bay that we've talked about in the past, Mr. Martinez. But I will get you that number at some point today so you can see what the breakdown is. Whoops, skipped one. Looking at the stormwater treatment areas, you've already heard some of the comments about this particular graphic. We're still in that La Nina type year. So far this water year, there's been just less than 1 million acre-feet of water in total have been treated through the stormwater treatment areas, with roughly 25,000 acre-feet of that coming from Lake Okeechobee. And you can see that the very small hashed bars at the bottom on the very right-hand side, those numbers are starting to increase from Lake Okeechobee as the district continues to move water south from the lake through the stormwater treatment areas. As far as what the projections are for climatology from the Climate Prediction Center, you can see they're still going with the below average rainfall through April of this year, and then as we get closer to the wet season, it switches over to equal probabilities of above normal or below normal rainfall. We've talked about this before. These graphics will change every single month that I stand here, and it's more of an indicator as opposed to gospel, so to speak. What we do know, probably over this weekend, Saturday, the district is likely to receive some rains from a cold front that's going to be moving down over the peninsula, but then after that we'll have a couple drying days, which will bring some relief and be able to hopefully kick up some of the ET on Lake Okeechobee, as well as the consumptive uses that come out of the lake, and start bringing that lake down. One last thing that I wanted to touch base on real quick is the ENSO forecast. So that stands for El Nino Southern Oscillation. For the majority of this board's tenure, you've been in a La Nina type condition. And what that is, it brings a drier dry season is what La Nina does. El Nino, the reverse of that, brings a wetter dry season. So what you're looking at here on the screen is a plot of sea surface temperatures in the equatorial Pacific. All the way on the left-hand side of that graphic that's in motion and in animation is Asia. As you go to the right-hand side of that graphic, that's South America, North America. So it's going west to east across the Pacific. Up and down, on the left-hand side, that's depth. So you're looking at the water temperatures as you go deeper down the Pacific Ocean. The reds, browns, and oranges, those are warming temperatures, and of course the cooler colors of the blues are the cooler water temperatures. So all this is a way of looking at sea surface temperatures in order to effectuate either a La Nina or an El Nino type condition. You have to have two things. One, you have to have the sea surface temperatures in a certain regime, either cold or warm, and you need the atmosphere to cooperate. Right now, you can see the Pacific is warming, which would be an indicator of El Nino, but right now the atmosphere is not cooperating. So what you have on the right-hand side of this graphic is the projection of what sea surface temperatures may possibly do as we move forward in time throughout the rest of this year. And they're projecting a warming trend of those ocean temperatures, which would lead to a moderate to a strong El Nino type condition, which again is wetter, dry season rains for our neck of the woods, so to speak. But if I go and I look at the graph of that same thing last year in February of 22, it also predicted increasing probability of El Nino. But the blue line there at the bottom is actually what happened. So you have the prediction, then you have what happened. The two of them don't align with one another. So all of this is a very long way of saying is that you may hear people start talking about an El Nino, but we need to get farther into March and April to have a better idea of what may or may not happen. With that, back to you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Mr. Mitnick. Does anyone have any questions or comments? Let me start with Mr. Bergeron, then Mr. Olovich, then Mr. Butler.
So John, we've put 1,300,000 acre feet moving south in, and the same amount out across the Tamiami Trail.
Inclusive of the seepage return, yes. Inclusive of the seepage return back in, yes.
Okay. How much of that went through the STAs?
$995.
Okay. So the balance would be coming in from this S9, C11, and the Interceptor?
Correct. So when looking at the graphic that's on the screen, those two other red arrows, the 147 on the would be in the S140, that neck of the woods, and then the 214 is coming from S9 and this side of the conservation area.
So about 1/3 of the volume moving south come from the S9 and 140 Interceptor?
Rough math, yes.
So, to me, I think we have to really stay on top of this with the lake being as high as it is, and I see Area 2 as above schedule, and everything we can do to move water south and have the capability of going into the rainy season, we need to really, really be on our toes.
Yes, sir.
Is there any plan to move more water out of Area 2 into Area 3 and on south, or
Let me back up.
through the S11s?
So when you look at that Area 2 graphic there on the right-hand side, it's the bottom one, it's roughly about a foot above its regulation schedule right now. Historically, if we go back over the last several years, as we progress deeper into the dry season, that's the pool of water that serves to recharge the aquifer for here in Broward County. And as we get deeper into the dry season, you're going to see those levels start coming down and get back down to the regulation schedule. For the last several years, we've always gotten back down to that regulation schedule in the heart of the dry season. as the water seeps out of the conservation area and is delivered to the lower East Coast to maintain salinity control and prop up the groundwater. So I'm not, I think, again, it's another long way of saying, I think Area 2, from a regional water management standpoint, is sitting in a good place right now based on its stage. And then Lawrence can talk a little bit more in his presentation about the ecology of Area 2 and how it's responding to these water levels.
Okay. I think it's important we stay right on top of that because we're very high in the lake and foot above schedule in Area 2, so I would be as aggressive as you can to get water moving south. Thank you.
Mr. Olepich.
Thank you. Mr. Mitnick, I get confused sometimes because I hear no water is moving south, and then I hear water is moving south. So if
Water
you
is
don't,
moving south.
water's moving south?
Yes,
Thank
ma'am.
you. If you don't mind, I'd like to go through it kind of month by month. I'm sure you can do it by memory because we haven't been together for a long time, really. So our last meeting was in November, right?
December.
December? Okay. Could you just review a little bit what STAs were taking water in December?
So in December, generally when people say moving south, they think of moving water through and into the Everglades. So during the month of December, the operations were such as to, if there were any STAs that needed water to maintain their target stages, then that water would be moved to that particular STA. But in context of moving water south to the Everglades, the operation at that point in time, we were not moving water south from Lake Okeechobee to the Everglades so as to give the stormwater treatment areas that respite after those excessive flows that they had in the wet season. So they had the months of November and December without moving that water down. And that's consistent with a lot of the planning that the public has seen in the Lake Okeechobee System Operating Manual.
Okay, so just to repeat it, make sure I understand it. So November and December, there was water that went into the STAs just to make sure they were wet enough or whatever. But no water was being sent to the water conservation areas or into Everglades National Park.
From the STAs into the water conservation area as moving lake water, no. There were discharges from the STAs from flood control type operations.
Okay, right.
Moving water into Everglades National Park, that's an entirely different set of scenarios, and we have consistently moved water into Everglades National Park as part of the Tamiami Trail flow formula. And we've been doing that ever since, on the graphic on the screen here, all the way on the left-hand side, ever since that blue line dropped below that red line.
Okay, I think I'm understanding. This is going back to your idea that it's kind of two different systems,
Yes.
North and south. Okay, so January, what happened in January with the STAs? Which STAs did take water, if any, and where did it go?
Certainly. So in January, that operation of maintaining target stages within the stormwater treatment areas, that continued. But also in January, and forgive me, I don't have the exact date off the top of my head, but it was in the maybe middle to early part of January, we started moving 100 cubic feet per second from Lake Okeechobee explicitly through Stormwater Treatment Area 2 and into Water Conservation Area 2A.
So from Lake Okeechobee into Stormwater Treatment Area 2?
Correct.
Did you say? Okay. And then into Water Conservation Area 2?
Correct.
Okay.
And as I said, there were other waters that was moved for target stage management, and then, of course, rain events, there were discharges as well.
Okay, so that was January, and now we're in February.
We're continuing that same operation. And hopefully very shortly, we'll initiate moving water from the lake through the A1 FEB and into STA 3-4. Lawrence will probably touch on this in his presentation. The vegetation crews are doing a lot of work in STA 3-4. They've just done some treatments in STA 3-4 to address some invasive exotic vegetation. And hopefully that treatment was effective, and we'll begin moving more water through STA 3-4 from Lake Okeechobee to Water Conservation Area 3A.
Okay, and I didn't bring it with me, but you gave me a picture a long time ago that had like 5 pink canals, the 5 pink canals. Is it ever possible, I mean, not at anybody else's expense, but like in times that we're in now, just to not treat the water, but just to send it out?
So you asked if it's possible. Yes, it is hydraulically possible. We can implement that operation, but there's a lot of other things that need to be considered when a decision is made to send untreated lake water or untreated any water to the Everglades.
But it wouldn't be to the Everglades. You would send it out into those 5 canals, don't they? Or I guess it is the Everglades because it's the water conservation areas?
There is only one of those 5 pink canals on the graphic that you're referring to that does not go through the Everglades.
Okay. So there's no emergency exit except the St. Lucie and the Caloosahatchee at this point. Lake Worth Lagoon, which is also, but you're lucky that you can't take as much water.
And that was probably one operation that I didn't touch on as I went through the presentation. We are sending about 100 cubic feet per second to the Lake Worth Lagoon right now.
How's it affecting it?
Lawrence?
Can you hear me? Yeah, with the 100 CFS that we're sending in there now, it doesn't have an impact on salinity, just like I'll show you for the St. Lucie and for the Caloosahatchee, that volume doesn't have a dramatic impact on salinity at all.
You see, you send it down the Lake Worth, the lagoon, you send it down the Caloosahatchee, it's gone.
It goes to tide, yes, sir.
So there are no other canals. This is where I don't know what's wrong with my head. There are no other canals that just go to tide, or the problem is that they're touching the water conservation areas on the way out?
Yeah, so on this graphic, and I'll try to explain it. So you see right there at the southern end of Lake Okeechobee, you have the NNR Hillsborough Canal, North New River, Hillsborough Canal, and then the Miami canals. Those 2 blue lines come down. They pass for the North New River, passes between Stormwater Treatment Area 2 and STA 3-4. There's a divide structure there that we operate to separate that water so it goes through the stormwater treatment areas, receives treatment, and then is discharged into Stormwater Treatment Area 2A and 3A. But that canal keeps on going back to the southeast, and it turns into, if you're following on this graphic, the yellow line that is going through between Conservation Area 2A and 3A. That's not only the levee, but it's also the canal. It's the North New River. It goes all the way through the conservation areas and then exits right here, just
bottom of the
trying to think of where we are. That way, by US 27, and then goes out through Broward County. But to get through the conservation areas, it goes through the Everglades. It's not separated. There's not levees on either side of it. You can't isolate that water.
Right. So before we have Lawrence come up, what are you thinking? What are we going to do? What if the worst scenario happened? What can we do? How can we plan for the future? How do we make sure that when the stakeholders come 2 months from now or 4 months from now, that we can say that we sat in these rooms and we did everything we could, passionately, not just engineeringly, but passionately to do everything we can to not do it, and also to communicate with people what's going on. It's like a fire coming. We need to, if a fire's coming, we have a level. We're like, okay, it's really red today. Smokey the Bear says, don't throw your cigarette butts out the window. I think we need to be, I was trying to be cool about this, but I've got a lot of pressure on me now. And I'm feeling like I was put here and I got here because people don't want the discharges to the St. Lucie, nor do they want another algae year. So if we saw an algae year coming, the writing on the wall, I mean, how do we do our Smokey Bear thing? How do we put our colors out? How do we tell everybody we're doing as much as we're doing with passion?
So when you look at the overall system, as we've talked about, that graphic with the 5 pink lines, and you're talking about Lake Okeechobee specifically, Lake Okeechobee, the exits are St. Lucie, Caloosahatchee, C51 L8, and then to the south through Miami, North New River Canal. That southern exit goes through the stormwater treatment areas, so you've got to treat all of that water. You'll hear in Lawrence's presentation about the conditions of the STAs. You've already heard some of that in public comments today about the conditions of the stormwater treatment areas. We had the conversation just last December when we last met about what it means to hold an NPDES permit and how you have to comply with that and what it means not to comply with an NPDES permit. Those are the challenges that we have in operating the overall system. Those are the outlets. How we grapple with that and how as we move forward in time will in part be, what does Mother Nature bring us? Is it going to dry up? Is the lake going to start dropping? Are we going to get down to the 13 feet versus the 14 feet? Corps of Engineers, as we talked about, just completed the Herbert Hoover Dike. Hopefully you'll have the new regulation schedule in for Lake Okeechobee System Operating Manual. It provides a lot more flexibility in management of Lake Okeechobee. So there's a lot of, as I think Mr. Butler described the tools. There's a lot of tools that we can deal with, but those are the decisions that we make as we move forward in time. As I stand here today, I don't have a crystal ball and can tell you this is going to happen versus that happening. We're going to manage it on a daily, hourly, minute-by-minute basis for the next several months in cooperation with our partners at the Corps of Engineers.
Well, I appreciate that, and you know I admire and honor your work. I just think that now, you know, it's kind of like when we were going, it can happen, you know, and you don't want to like cry wolf, but remember when we almost went into drought and the hurricane came? And so we were all up here talking about like, what are we going to do? And I said, okay, if we might go into a drought, we need to do whatever we can do for the people the agriculture people who would suffer from that drought. Well, now we're in a position where it could be the estuaries. Again, you got red tide, you got High Lake, you got the St. Lucie taking water in January and February. You know, we need to be talking about it, not scaring. Governor DeSantis gave us a gift. He gave us a gift. He let us put the estuaries almost up at the top. You know, you see it in his executive orders. It's a big deal. So I don't think we need to, you know, wait to the last minute to talk about this with the public. And I hope that you will go back to staff and that we can put in some kind of warning system, not you know, just like you would with drought, where I don't want this to come upon the people at the last minute if it comes. We need to be preparing for it now. And if it doesn't come, praise the Lord. But just like a drought, it could come.
Butler.
I'll be brief here. Of course, your last 4 INSO slides, that's just a reminder that your job's tough. I get that. But no, you're talking about waiting to March, April. What were the check-ins on LOSOM? We had certain check-ins on climate. What months were those?
Months specifically, if I remember what the draft environmental impact statement talked about when it was published, it talks about 3 check-in points based on the seasons. There's one at the beginning of the wet season, we'll just call that June. One at the beginning of the dry season, call that November, but then there was another mid-dry season.
February, I think.
February, March, somewhere right in there. Yes, sir.
Yeah, and so we could be April before we really got good data on where to go. Again, just a reminder, you got a difficult job, you and the Corps, very difficult job. The position analysis. LORS 08, that is based on the maximum allowances within the zone, or maximum discharges within the zone?
The way the projection is modeled, yes, you are correct. It is using the
So-
up-twos.
Unfortunately, you know, in terms of lake level, that's best case scenario, I would say, right? If LOSUM goes into effect by July. Well, I mean, because discharges would be lower under LOSUM.
Discharges under LOSUM would be if you're within what is projected to be in the draft EIS Zone D, which is where we would be sitting today, under LOSUM, assuming that that becomes the final adopted plan, you would be 2,000 cubic feet per second to the west coast and 0 to the east coast.
That's what I had. Thank you.
Mr. Butler, if you don't mind. So while we're on this slide, I think this is a good slide, and I've seen plots of lake levels with LOSUM versus with LORS 08. And the best thing you take away from those slides and those plots is that Mother Nature's in control, because you can only, manipulate the system so much. So this is very weather dependent, this plot out. And what I like to do is I like to think about this projection and think about where discharges, harmful discharges happen under LOSUM, which should be in effect, and that's at 16.8. And so look at 17, essentially, 17 feet there, and draw it across, and you see that unless we get a tropical storm or something wild, you could probably be in an okay spot to ride out that year. Now we're way too high for the lake, right? We need to get it down for the lake. We need to get down to prepare for the wet season. But there are decent chances, if you look at this plot, that we're not going to get above 16.8 in harmful discharge territory under LOSUM. So, it is something we need to do. We need to get the lake down. The lake communities are very stressed about the condition of the lake right now. We need to get it down to prepare for the wet season. But we don't need to set our hair on fire, right? Because Mother Nature works out most of the time here, So, let's work hard. And John knows, Lawrence absolutely knows how much I push on moving water south, because I do think the lake needs to get down. We're hearing that loud and clear. So we're working on it very hard. And we're going to make some hard decisions as we continue this wet season with that goal in mind.
Mr. Steinley?
I was just going to, Jackie, if I can follow up, because I'm just trying to both simplify this in my mind, but also just provide some clarity to the public, because, all we get told is to send water south, and there's a lot more to it. So, as is the case now, we're starting, the lake ecology is stressed based on the depth. We're starting, over the past 8 years, Lawrence will go over this, but over the past 8 years, we're starting outside, the highest level outside of the ecological envelope that we've started in the past 8 years. We're concerned about SAV loss. We're concerned that the lake has taken a massive load of nutrients after the storms that we had this fall. We can't send more water south because the STAs have capacity limits. And so our options are those three levers that we have to pull: St. Lucie, Caloosahatchee, and the lagoon. And if that's the case, we're also in a period, given the lake nutrients, that if we wait to flush, or if the Corps waits to flush, then we've got a brew of algae, waiting to happen in the summer. So what I think the Corps is doing now is the only course of action we can take, which is to release when conditions are more favorable, less favorable to algae blooms, and to do it to the extent that that it balances what we don't know in terms of what we're going to get from the climate. So I think what we hear is we shouldn't be releasing to the east, and we should diminish or reduce the releases to the west. That is not an option if the only solution to it is to send water south, which we have constraints around. So I'm talking through this in my head, but we're in a position where I think we actually are doing something in advance. We don't want to do too much, but we don't want to do too little, right? There is no great, perfect solution.
Well said. Thank you.
Vice Chair, and then Mr. Bergeron.
Yeah. One thing you learn very quickly is that we are completely beholden to Mother Nature. And so as we add more tools to the toolbox, I think it's fair to say that we've got enough tools in the toolbox right now to deal with what are fairly predictable situations from Mother Nature. Like, we know we're going to get hit, generally speaking, with the normal stuff. It's when you get hit with too much stuff too quick in a quantity situation. Or, like this year, I mean, obviously we had both of them sort of hit us, but at the end of the predictable window, right? Because that just shortens you're no longer in a normal dry season. You're in a shortened dry season because you got all this rain at the end of it when you thought you're out of the woods and you think you're going to go into this, possibly drought situation. And then you get, then Mother Nature does what she does. She gives you, she tells you who's boss. And, but the good news is we don't just have the tools that we used to have, we have more tools now, right? So the dike is up and running. It's capable of holding water in the lake. Now, you got a problem with that. The lake's too high, right? So people on the lake who live off the lake and who are concerned with lake ecology, they're not happy. The lake's too high. But you've got, so we've got, unfortunately right now, no matter what you do, when you get hit at the end of the season with so much water, there is no perfect choice, right? You're always going to have consequences, and you're always going to have people that are, might be upset. But I mean, the way I look at it is, you want to send it south during the dry season so you can prepare for an upcoming wet season, and I think that's a main goal. But when you've got STAs that are taxed, stressed out, you've got, flood situations that you're concerned about, levels you're concerned about, that's an issue. You've got an option to send it east, but people on the St. Lucie River, every time they get a discharge, they're upset, and you want to send it west. You've got breaks there on the Caloosahatchee in terms of what they can take and what they're willing to take, and how is that going to exacerbate a potential red tide situation if you have it. You don't want to be adding to that. And then you got the lake situation. So, to me, look, one of the things we haven't talked about in this particular thing, and I guess maybe we'll talk about it in the upcoming discussion, is northern storage. You need storage north of the lake. That's something that needs to be said out loud, and I think it needs to be said out loud often. That's number one. But number two is, if you are going to go east to the St. Lucie, because you have to find a way out of the lake, there are people who for whatever reason, there haven't been any discharges for a very long time. We are now in dry season. The weather's cooler. We don't have, the algae bloom situations. Like, if you have to go east, if you're not being, I know it's psychologically stressful, but it's not ecologically stressful. It's in the ecological window where it can take it. Now's the time to do it. I'm not saying it's a perfect situation, but like, better now to me in February than in June and July. You have to make these kind of, they're imperfect decisions. There's no perfect strike, but you have to do the balance and go, you know what? We try to avoid it. We try to hold it in the lake. We have the, we have the dike, it's enhanced, the water's going up. Is it going to recede? You wait as long as you possibly can, but you don't wait too long because then you're going to be cooked in the other direction. So you're in a real, real unenviable position, as you know, and constantly complain of. But no, just kidding, John. But no, I mean, legitimately, you're in a tough spot. Everybody on every end of the exit is, when the water starts coming, they're upset about it. So, and maybe they've got a lot of historical reasons. My attitude is, we do this thing as best we possibly can, under the circumstances we have, with the tools we have in our toolbox. That's all anybody can ask, I think, of you and anybody else at the district. And every time I check in on these things, or I hear something, or I see something on Twitter, or we have our clips that come in the morning, you read an article, every once in a while reach out, and you know what? I am as a board member, completely satisfied that you guys are doing the absolute best you possibly can under the circumstances. And this, getting hit with 2 storms in the end of the season is an unusual situation, but here we are, and you do the best we can. And that's, no shading one way or another. You just do the best you can by everybody, and you make the tough decisions. And I'm confident that you're capable to do it. So thanks very much.
Thanks, Vice Chair. Mr. Bergeron.
Well, I'm sure our staff will do what they can do with the tools in the toolbox. And, when you go back to 1948, when we drained half the Everglades, and inside those levees were to be protected. So we have a bathtub that's half the size of the original Everglades, with the same amount of rain as we had 100 years ago. 52 to 60 inches of rain a year. 1,500,000 acre feet in an average rain year flowed south up to maybe 2.5 in a heavy rain year. So as we continue to go forward with Everglades restoration, that's why the EAA is so important. And reservoirs north, like Scott said, to store the water that laid on the half of the Everglades we drained for water supply, and releasing that water into the environment compatible with the plant communities and the wildlife. And as we continue to go forward with Everglades restoration, we will be able to achieve that. But it's important that we're transparent with the situation we're in. And all our staff can do is, we talked about Area 2 being a foot above, but it's been a foot above through the whole rainy season and even into the dry season. But I think anything our staff can do to move water south, understand that 1,300,000 acre feet flowed this year, 150,000 acre feet come out of the lake. But there's other discharges that make up that 1,300,000, from the S9, the C11, and the interceptor that discharges water that moves south too. About 1/3 of the water isn't coming from the north. It's actually coming from the west side of the River of Grass and the east side. Is your 1,500,000 acre feet, does that account for rainfall, or just the flow that's coming into the system from the north?
They're surface flows.
Huh?
Surface flows generated from runoff resulting from rainfall.
It doesn't account for rainfall?
It wasn't the direct rainfall in Lake Okeechobee, no.
It does? Okay. So, until we get the EAA built, until we get reservoirs north, it's a balancing act. The Hoover Dam dike is completed, but at the same time, the heart of the Everglades, the lake is part of the ecosystem that's taking impacts, securing that dike was a safety feature more than turning the lake into a reservoir. 1/3 of it's a wetland. So as we continue to go forward, things are getting better. And that's why you hear me talking about the Tamiami Trail. Because if you can't get it beyond the Tamiami Trail, the Central Everglades backs up cumulatively. 2017, there was 1,500,000 acre feet above schedule in 2017 because of that restriction. But with the seepage wall, removing the old Tamiami Trail, and I'm sure we're going to get an update on 40 more miles of the face of the Tamiami Trail to move more water south, things are gradually going to have minimum, start reducing the impacts of water, all this wonderful resource that's damaging to the environment when you release quantity greater than natural east and west and lack of water to Florida Bay. You're going to start seeing tremendous improvements in our toolbox as we continue to go forward. But until we build these reservoirs, we have to be realistic. So really, the 1,500,000 acre feet is the EAA coming in, moving south, and what's coming in from east and west. That's 90% of the water that's moving south. Am I correct? Sounds like only 150,000 acre feet come from the lake, so 90% of this volume that's moving south today is coming from the EAA and rainfall and
For this water year, correct. For this water year, correct.
So that's kind of the situation we're in, and I know our staff will take all this into consideration to move as much water as we can south, and we are moving a lot more water south. So we'll have to continue to, with these projects, the opportunities that we have in front of us to continue to minimize irreversible damage.
Thanks, Mr. Bergeron. Saving it for later. Mr. Mitnick, thank you very much. Appreciate it. We're going to break now for lunch. We'll come back around 1:30. Thanks.
To the bathroom without wetting my pants.
Oh, yes.
We'll call the meeting of the South Florida Water Management District Governing Board back to order, and we will now go to Ecological Conditions Report. Mr. Lawrence Glenn.
Thank you. I'm very excited to be here to give you the ecological update for our district. I don't know that I've had a setup like this before with all the questions that we have to answer, so I'm really excited to get in here. There were some great questions that were brought up during Mr. Mitnick's presentation, and hopefully I can get to those answers for you. Looking at the Kissimmee River, this is one place where the storms, Ian, that came and filled the Kissimmee Upper Basin, those chain of lakes, has provided a positive response. So Lake Kissimmee Cypress Hatchnaha, which feeds the Kissimmee River, has been at a high stage to where we could deliver the 1300 to 1400 CFS that's needed to inundate the floodplain. So you see that this time of year, we are, pretty deep in or halfway through the dry season, but the floodplain is still inundated. Mr. Butler had asked, is that a record? When you go and you look at this top graph, 1400 is the CFS, is the dashed line, that red dashed line, and the green that you see is when we have the floodplain inundated. So we have 144-day event that the floodplain has been inundated. The floodplain should inundate during the wet season, and then the goal of restoration, one of its goals, is to have that protracted floodplain inundation that happened historically. So there were 5 hydrologic criteria that we looked at to say, these are the things that we're going to build the project based on to provide back to the ecosystem. Floodplain inundation, its depth, and its recession rate, and how long that lasts is one of them. And so you would ask, is this a record? The performance measure that we have is 170-ish days. You hit 170 days and you're getting back to that historic condition that happened before channelization of the Kissimmee. So we're at 144 days now, and we really haven't seen that sort of protracted inundation since before the CNSF was done, before Kissimmee was channelized. So this is where a storm event provided a unique situation before we've implemented the headwater schedule to have that water this is going to become more of the norm once we implement headwater. So it's a really neat thing that's going on with the Kissimmee floodplain. Moving down into Lake Okeechobee, John had gone through this, the inputs and the outputs that are coming out. And as we move, you see in the middle, you see ET. So what we're pushing out, we also have ET on our side. As we move further into the dry season, ET is going to start taking a lot of water out of the lake. So as we're making all these decisions on where we're sending water, ET is going to become more and more of a factor as we keep moving into the dry season. Here is where we are in stage, and John spoke to it. We are above the ecological envelope, and we are now lower than we were in 2016, but we're still a good foot above that ecological envelope. You look over on the right and you see just how much of the marsh is inundated. Now we're going to go back and I'm going to show you in a minute, what wading birds are doing there. But what are the consequences or potential consequences to the ecology of the lake when the lake is this high? In December, I provided data on SAV, and we know the SAV coverage on the lake right now is one of the lowest it's been in the past decade or so. We had about 5,000 acres of SAV before Ian came through. Ian took out about half of that. So we have a modicum of SAV out there on the lake. In talking with our scientists and where do we need to be in order for SAV to come back into the lake and regrow. So if we hit 13 feet, the SAV that we have now, it's dense, it's in good condition, it just does not have spatial coverage, and that's what we want. But we can maintain that amount that we have now if we're at 13. In order for regrowth of SAV in areas where it's not, really requires 12 or below. So in this upcoming year, we don't see really a potential, if we don't get below 12 the potential to really increase the coverage of SAV, but if we get to 13, we can sustain the SAV that we have currently. So that's kind of the rub of where we are. As we look at the cyanobacterial bloom potential of the lake, it's cold right now, it's turbid right now, it is not conditioned for phytoplankton, which is cyanobacteria, to grow. So we see this little pixelation across, but that's not really a big deal. And the lake is highly turbid. So if we go through and we look at the data that we have for Lake Okeechobee water quality, that includes how we look at blue-green algae or algae itself on the lake. There's one area over in Fish Eating Bay that had a bloom. So above 40 micrograms per liter is our indicator of having a bloom. But the rest are all below that. And then one of the things you're looking at when you see toxin and you see BDL, that means it's below detection limit. So we don't have any type of bloom that is occurring. We don't have any toxin in the water. And when we look at taxa, that is, what are the different components of the algae community that's out there? So we all our big concern really is when we start having blue-green algae out there being dominant. And so right now, in this time of year, we don't have that because temperature's not right, day length isn't really long, but there's a setup coming that is a little concerning. When we look at where we are right now with dissolved inorganic nitrogen, and we've talked about that and how that is really the food source for blue-green algae. When you look at these two lines, so the yellow trace is the pelagic or the center of the lake, and the blue trace is the near shore. We are at higher levels right now with dissolved inorganic nitrogen than we've been in the past 3 years. You have to go back to 2018, and that's when we had a large bloom on the lake. So we have a condition where the lake is high. We don't have a lot of SAV in there to compete for this dissolved inorganic nitrogen and the other nutrients that are in there that help algae blooms. And turbidity right now is reasonably high. When we get to the condition where temperatures start to warm, day length gets longer, and turbidity starts to fall out after the passage of the cold fronts comes to an end, we have a setup that creates a lot of potential for a large bloom this season. If you remember, it was either last year or 2 years ago, we had a very early bloom. It was an April bloom. I think that's what we're going to see this year. But you remember that early lake-wide bloom used up this food source to where we didn't have a long-lasting bloom through the bloom season. We would have bloom, and it would be there, but it wasn't a full lake. Just you look at it and it's, not a good thing. So we have a setup coming where we can anticipate a pretty robust blue-green algae season this year on the lake. Where we are in depth currently, this is the blue trace is the inner quartile range, and the average is the blue line of wading bird foraging on Lake Okeechobee. And currently, what you see in this picture over here, the graph on the left shows water depths and what is the depth that is needed. It's a HSI, it's a Habitat Suitability Index. So you have certain ranges of depths that are best for long-legged birds and short-legged birds, and the lake is deep right now. So you can see we're following the same trend in our bird use, but it's not high up into that interquartile range or even at the median, because the lake is currently, the marsh is too deep for expansive use by wading birds. Coming into the St. Lucie, we've had a lot of discussion about what is going on there and the releases that are being made. And over on the right-hand side, we have, on the right top corner, all of the measured inflows into the St. Lucie and what the total CFS to the lake is. So we've been saying we've been having a target of about 500. And when you look at the bottom trace of what salinity is at that 500, salinity is in the good range for adult oysters. So, you know, with what we're providing, or the Army Corps is providing currently to the St. Lucie, it has a nice setup. If you look back in December, the North Fork and the South Fork were very fresh. Right now, they've moved from that fresh back into that saltier condition. So we have a good setup for salinity right now in this estuary. When we are putting water in, there's a couple of things that you want to consider for the ecology of the area. One, you want to say, what is the volume doing and how is that going to affect salinity? The next is, what's the color of the water for plants to grow? Can they photosynthesize because what's going on? Or what is the discharge rate? Are you going to potentially push phytoplankton or fish that have, newly spawned fish out of a certain area? Now is the time where seagrass is not in its growing state. We have oyster reproduction has ended, as it does naturally. You see in December was the last sample that had oysters, and that concluded the end of the oyster reproductive season. And salinity is okay. So if you're looking for an opportunity to send water to both estuaries, this time of year is that opportunity, because you're not pushing water. There's not the spawn going on that you're going to displace spawn out of the estuary. You're not creating a salinity condition that is unfavorable, and your seagrasses aren't in that major growing state. So as Mr. Perry was talking about, later in the spring is where we want to have a lot of focus. We want to have a lot of focus. So, because that's when it really becomes more, the function of the estuary is kind of at its peak in the spring. It's very important to have conditions correct in the spring. Looking over at the Caloosahatchee, we have been making, or the Army Corps has been making pulse releases in the non-harmful range since December. And you see a very nice salinity gradient in those bottom two, even in December and as to now. You have your fresh part of the estuary, you have your middle part of the estuary, and then you have where it gets saltier out towards the outflow. And you look at where we are with salinity for adult oysters, and we are in the optimal range at 2 out of 3 of our stations. So what we're doing right now from an ecology standpoint is really good, and it's the time to do it. Yes, ma'am.
Excuse me, Mr. Glenn. Do you have the same information for the Caloosahatchee and the St. Lucie from like 2013, 2016, and 2018? What the salinities were and what the...
We do. I could provide that information.
Right. I think it would be helpful
Sure.
to be able to compare
Sure.
what we're doing this year with those years.
Absolutely. In the
with the
next
salinity.
governing board meeting, I'll bring a larger period of record to show you.
Thanks.
My pleasure. We're going to the Everglades stormwater treatment areas. There's been a lot of discussion on STAs right now, their current status, what are we doing? National Academy of Sciences came through. They provided their overview of what we're doing. If you look at stage right now within the STAs and where we want to be, the average depths, we are in a very good place. Some of these, we're taking water in, we're not pushing water out. So as you go into each of these, you'll see there's water coming in. That's to maintain those appropriate depth ranges within each STA, no water out. We are pushing water through STA 2, through Flowway 5 down at the bottom. But there was a question earlier about restoration strategies and refurbishments. And we can come back and provide something more, but I want to describe what we're doing there. Restoration strategies. The STAs originally were built and constructed to meet 50 parts per billion. Now that we have to meet a more stringent requirement and meeting QBEL, that's what restoration strategies was designed to do. It said, how do we add infrastructure to the STAs, the FEBs that are there? We expanded STA 1 West in order to meet QBEL. So those are the things that we're doing, and we're diligent. We've done a lot of construction out here. And then we're doing a lot of planning behind that construction, and that's really some of the reason we're not pushing water through right now is because we're doing planting. We're taking care of nuisance exotic vegetation to get these ready for QBEL. Refurbishments are, we have district staff that are in these STAs day in and day out that saw opportunity that we can go in and do some earthwork or some planting or something that will enhance, even beyond restoration strategies, our ability to best manage the STAs to meet QBEL. So those are two different things that we're doing. Restoration strategies is because we had to do that large infrastructure work. Refurbishments are what we see at the district when they talk about, having a committee versus, your district scientists that know the system. That is our in-house knowledge of day in and day out of the STAs. What can we go in there to do before we hit the time that we have to be compliant to our permit in order to have these functioning the most efficiently? And so we have those two things working in concert right now, and that is a lot of that work is going on, and that makes us take pause as to what we're sending through the STAs currently. But we look every week for opportunity. What are we going to do with water? We know the lake is high. Where can we move water? Drew says, he looked at me and goes, Lawrence knows exactly how important it is for us to be able to do this. So in STA 3-4, we have 100 going through STA 2. We're looking to send 200 through the central flowway of STA 3-4. We had hoped to have this process online almost 2 weeks ago, but we are having FAV, floating aquatic vegetation. When Ian came through and you saw John's graph of how much water and how much rainfall fell and how much inflow came into the STAs, and it came in with such force that it brought floating aquatic vegetation into all of those A cells, the top cells of the STA. And so we have to go and we have to treat that FAV because we don't want it there, we just want SAV. And so we're doing that. But also, before we were going to send, since we've been doing so much work to try to get FAV out of the A cells, the inflow canal to where we would put water into STA 3-4 in the central flowway had this FAV. So our group says, let's treat it in the canal before we send it through into and have to treat it inside the STA because that's not our preference. So these are the things that we look at. We want to send water, but we're making sure we can send water and not do additional damage to the STAs. So these are some of the things that we have to think about all the time when we're wanting to send water, but let's make sure that we do it in a way that is least harmful to the STAs.
Lawrence, how are you treating it? You just said you look at treating it in the canal before it gets to the STA. So is that with the treatment that we're using in the lake? Is that how you would do that?
No, that's different. It's a herbicide treatment. That's our most effective treatment. I mean, and Leroy's group is looking very diligently on how to reduce our reliance on this method, but this method is the method right now that is the best in our toolbox.
So you're reducing the inflow concentration to the STAs.
We're trying to eliminate pushing floating aquatic vegetation into the cell because it is dense in the canal. So if we can treat it in the canal, then we can send water into the STA that is free of floating aquatic vegetation, and we're not exacerbating a condition within the cells.
Okay. And could you, do you have an estimate? I think we've talked about this before, but for the STAs, in terms of lake inflow and EAA inflow, the concentration, I'm assuming the lake water concentration, nutrient concentration is much higher than the EAA?
Not necessarily.
Okay.
And it's really more of, we take runoff from the EAA because that's what the STAs are designed to do, is to take that EAA runoff. During the dry season is when, and John talked about it in the LOSUM modeling, November, December are times for rest and recovery. and then we look at opportunity for lake water. So it's not a concentration amount as much as what is the source if they were allowed to rest, we would like to let them rest. When it rains, we have to take that water, but if we're trying to do work in there, do we want to be pushing additional water, regardless of the source, through the STA at that particular point in time? So that's where we look, is it a source that we would benefit from not having so that we can do our work to try to reach QBell?
And then, sorry, last question. The EAA reservoir, you said that the current, or excuse me, the EAA STA, the current STAs were built originally for 50 parts per billion. Restoration Strategies moves that effectiveness to what we need to be at QBell. So EAA STA is being built in a way that we don't have to go back. I mean, we're building something that will be done hopefully by the end of the year that is based on what we've learned and experienced and optimization and all of the factors from the past 20 years or 15 years.
Correct. All the lessons learned, having a level surface, that all those different components are taken into account for the EAA STA. Yes, sir.
So I always want to say Mr. Glenn. I want to say Mr. Lawrence. Mr. Glenn. So kind of like how I went through last time. So just to understand, you said that, the ending part of the year, is it November and December are the months that the STAs get to rest, right? In LOSUM, kind of?
Yes, ma'am.
And then, so, like, what did you do this year after they were done resting to try to send water through them for, like,
that's where
Okeechobee?
John spoke to it. We immediately looked at where, with the activities we have ongoing currently, and the condition cell by cell and flowway by flowway through the STAs, where can we take lake water, lake regulatory releases? And so immediately we found 100 CFS going through STA2. We identified 200 CFS to go through 3-4, but when we went out and looked at the condition of the canal, the intake canal, 4-3-4, we found the floating aquatic vegetation that we
Okay.
needed to treat. And so that treatment takes time, and then after you have treated, it takes about 2 weeks to have complete effect. So, we got pushed back. Had it been a free and clear canal, we would already have 300 coming through when that decision point was made
Okay,
originally.
so it's entirely based on what condition the STAs are in? Or it's also if it's rainy or not rainy? What are the conditions you're looking at?
Sure. We're looking at vegetation condition. We're looking at what are we doing with plantings. We're doing a lot of refurbishment work out there to get rid of short circuits. After we went through in this STA, so in the western flowway, those two, the left-hand side, those two top cells, that's where a lot of construction was done and regrowth is occurring right now. It's at a point where we wouldn't want to send water through there because of the plantings and the regrowth that's occurring. So you want your vegetation to be able to grow to where it's robust enough to handle flow, to handle increased depth. So all of these different things that we do, whether it's construction that says, no, I'm sorry, we can't send water through because we need certain levels or stage for construction activities to actually take place. That's something that we consider, and you can help me, Rosie.
There it is.
Thank you.
It's a sign. It's a
Okay, so
sign.
you see on this right hand.
Stop talking.
Yeah, this right-hand side of the graph where it says vegetation management, or you say it's online, or you say construction. So these are all the different, things that we look at, and a host of things. Vegetation condition, like I said, whether we're doing planting, we take all of that into consideration. What's the FAV treatment that's
Do
happening?
you have operation manuals for the STAs?
You
just
have
like they
operation
do?
manuals that tell you where the optimal depth would be, on how to operate, but it's not a cookie cutter book that you can operate, because you have to take, this is a biological system that gets stressed, it needs relief, it needs some help during specific times of the year, that you wouldn't want to operate it blindly without looking at those conditions to make sure that you are sustaining your vegetation community that is going to be there to help you meet QBEL.
Okay, but if I one day wanted to learn about it, just like there would be an operations manual for the EA reservoir or for C44 reservoir, there's an operations manual for the STAs that I could read to try to understand them.
I see John just grabbed his microphone.
There is an operating manual for the STAs that we'd be happy to provide you. It's already on our website. We can provide you and anybody else the link that wants it. It goes through and it describes water management operations. It does not contain, as what Lawrence was saying, it does not contain that inherent professional expertise that this agency retains in our staff about how to go in and where to plant the bulrush, how to make a windrow here versus over there. Those kinds of things are not in the operating plan. It's more of a water management operating plan and how to operate the pump stations, the structures, and move water.
That the STAs fall under.
Yes.
Okay, well, I appreciate it. I mean, they are intensely on the front burner for what people are interested in, how they work, and so I just wondered where one would learn about them, because they are a part of our operating system. And thank you.
Yeah, internally, we meet weekly with our operators, with our vegetation management crew, with the STA scientists to get the information needed to make decisions on how we're moving water through the STAs in that particular week. And it is a week by week by week by week process. So we are very focused on what we're doing in the STAs. We're very focused on making sure that they're ready to meet QBEL.
Is the EAA quality going into these STAs better than the lake? I think you mentioned that it wasn't cleaner.
They're not far off. They're really not that far off. And we look across the different STAs and how they're working, and we talk about STA 3.4 and its performance, and STA 2's performance is really, really good. We have the FEBs that are there. The A1 FEB, it's adding one more block of treatment train to the water that's coming through. So the water that comes through the from the EAA that goes into the A1 FEB gets a pre-treatment almost to QBEL in some months before it comes into 3.4. So 3.4 doesn't have to work as hard. We're looking at doing that over for STA 5.6. So, how the inflow concentrations are plays a big role in how the STAs function.
So what is the level of nutrients coming into the STAs? What level do you have to be at in order for them to function? And
so here you have a listing up at the top of what inflow concentrations are, and down at the bottom of where we are hitting currently. So you have in STAs 1 East, 1 West, 2 and 3.4, you have about 200 or below. And with all the work that we're doing right now, you're looking at those outflow concentrations, and they're elevated. But we haven't been operating these STAs in this time frame because of all the construction and working we're doing in an optimized condition. And we strongly feel that once we complete this work with those concentrations that are going in, that they have been appropriately sized, we have the appropriate restoration strategies and infrastructure in place in order to meet them. The one that's over on STA 5.6, that's high. Getting 288 down to QBEL for how it's plumbed right now is difficult because we have dry out almost annually. but we're building the FEB, the C-139 FEB, and we're looking at a connection to the lake. So we're looking at ways to optimize that STA so that it also will meet QBEL.
So you've got 100 to, what is it, 280 parts per billion?
Correct.
And when it comes out of the STA, what is it?
Down on the next row down is what
Okay.
is coming out currently. So we have
I
a
got you.
range of 16 to 40.
And Lawrence, just for easy purposes, can you, if we were having to meet the QBEL, what would that outflow number have to be
We would need
for
to
all of
be
them?
13 parts per billion. It's a 3 out of 5 year test. We can go to 19 in a single year. So that's where we need to be.
Between 13 and 19?
Correct.
And then you're averaging the 5 columns? 5 years? I'm sorry, it's just, how does it work?
Yeah, you cannot exceed 19 in any given year. And then out of 3 of the 5, you need to be at 13. I believe that's right, and I'm looking at Julia because she has this in the back of her head ingrained. So that is what we need to meet.
Okay, so when I was looking through that National Academy of Sciences thing, which is obviously way over my head in the first place, but I was surprised how it was talking about each individual stormwater treatment area. Like I was thinking they're all kind of the same, but is it, they all have, it's like each one is an athlete and each one has to perform separately. Is that right? But they're part of a team.
It is. They all, how they were built originally, they aren't built all the same. We've gone through and we're trying to make sure that when we first built these and you only had to be 50, we didn't take topography within the cells into account of how water was going to flow. It was easy to meet 50. As we had to come down lower, that's where Restoration Strategies came in and said, okay, if we could go back and start from scratch and build them all to where we have the knowledge that we have now, what activities can we do to make them the most optimized they can be to meet QBEL? And that included building the A1 FEB, the L8 FEB, adding 6,000.
Okay, so sorry to interrupt you, but they don't all have to be A students.
They all have to be A students.
They do?
They all have
They
to
all
meet.
have to be
they
A
all
students?
have to meet the same standard.
Every column, okay.
And each one, has a little bit different inflow concentration and a little different construction, but through Restoration Strategies, we believe that they are constructed and will be operated in such a way that we will meet QBEL.
Are the, excuse me, basically, they're all operating right now as they were originally intended to operate, which is at below 50.
None of them are operating the way that they're designed because they all have ongoing construction.
Okay, but didn't Lawrence just say that the way they were originally intended to operate was to have an output of below 50?
So let me, if I can, Mr. Wagner. The original design is what Lawrence talked about, was for a target concentration at the discharge of 50 parts per billion.
And
How
those
they
are
are
all,
being operated, we are required, pursuant to the permits that we hold, we are required to operate them in a fashion so as to achieve the QBEL as early as possible.
I understand that, but the original design, if we were going under the original design, which was to be lower than 50, all of them would meet their mark. But while we were underway, the goalpost got moved on us.
There was legal action that required the establishment of a water quality-based effluent limitation.
Right,
And
and
that's
so
what we have to deal with today.
That's the establishment of the QBEL.
Correct.
It went from T-Bell to QBEL.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And now and I understand the whole analysis now, which is, you know, once the train left the station, they changed the location of where you needed to be. So, and whatever. Do we have, so I saw on some of the prior slides that 1.0, lower than 1.0 on the load rate over a 365-day period was considered quote-unquote optimal. Do we have a inflow TP concentration top line goal? Like, is it under 100? Because it seems like if you were under 100, you might be closer to your, I mean, certainly 3.4 has been a workhorse for us. We know that. Under 100 on the way in, comes out 16. 16 is pretty close to where we need, under 19 and closer to 13. Is there like a, I guess what I'm saying is the lower the inflow, the lower the outflow is what it seems to be. And so is there a way to control, better control what goes into the STA?
So I guess it's a overly simplistic way of viewing it, yes.
That's generally where I operate. That's my
what
operating.
The question that I think you're asking, what we tend to focus on, and Lawrence, you can talk about it a little bit more in depth, is the third row on that table, the loading rate. And we try to manage that loading rate that each STA sees. And we are looking at trying to keep that loading rate below 1.0.
Okay, but that loading rate is basically how fast the treadmill's going.
Yes.
Okay.
How much water, what concentration, they all come together in that number.
Okay, so would you say the top line inflow TP concentration is baked into the third line at some level?
Yes.
Okay. Because it just seems to me like, for instance, you have a 365-day phosphorus loading rate for 3.4 at 0.9, which is fairly comparable to what you have at 5.6, which is 1.0, right? Why is the top line so much higher in terms of TP concentration for 5.6 than it is at 3.4 if that's baked in? What am I missing?
So as Lawrence touched on a little bit earlier, that outflow concentration for STA 5.6 is also an artifact of STA 5.6 drying out. And when you have dry out in the STAs, there's a reflux from the soil of phosphorus, which drives that outflow concentration higher. That is one of the purposes of restoration strategies, to build that flow equalization basin in the C-139 to be able to assist STA 5.6 and prevent that dry out.
But what you're saying is that the outflow concentration in 5.6 is being driven up because the STA is dried out.
Yes.
But you still have a much higher inflow. That doesn't, the inflow doesn't have anything to do with how dry a particular STA is, correct?
Correct.
So how do you have why do we have such, for instance, I guess what you're saying is, if the inflow on 5.6 were as low as it was on STA 3.4,
What I'm suggesting is that given the expertise that the agency holds and the analysis that we have performed with the construction of the C-139 flow equalization basin and the other improvements that are in restoration strategies for that STA, we have reasonable confidence that we can hit the Q-bell even with that inflow concentration.
there's no way to stop that, how high that inflow concentration? I mean, don't you do better if you make it lower?
We do have a regulatory program in that basin, and so they do have permits. We do have inspectors that go out and see that those are working to try to get that inflow concentration down. I don't know what the specifics are on that inflow concentration.
I mean, it just, to me, it seems,
high.
I mean, to me, it seems a little alarming that what's going into 3.4, before you start the cleaning process, right?
Well,
Before you start the cleaning process, you have 3 times the amount going into 5.6.
So 3.4 does have the A1 FEB, and so it is removing more than 50% of the phosphorus before it gets to the inflow of 3.4. And we're hoping that same phenomenon will occur when the C-139 FEB is built for 5.6. because it does have vegetation in it, and it does knock a lot of the phosphorus out. So
When we put in the FEB for 3-4 and reduced what was going in by 50%, so I guess that number would have previously been 130 something.
yeah.
How
not
much did the
100%.
how much did the bottom number go down? So when you reduce the top number by 50% from 135 to 93,
Makes a big difference. Yeah, it makes a big difference.
how much does the bottom number go down? Where was the number when it was 135 going into 3-4? What was the 16 number? Was it 25?
No, I think it was close to 12 at that time, but another factor in 3-4 is.
So how do you go from
Let me finish.
how do you go from adding an FEB, reducing your inflow by 50%,
Well, I know
and
you
going
went-
up on the outflow?
I know you went linear math here. But in this,
I want to eat the Q-Bell.
right, me too. So you have to remember in 3-4, there's three flowways that we normally use. And when we could use all three, we were easily hitting the Q-Bell. Right now, we're only using two because one of them's offline for repair. So the loading rate you see there is going into two flow paths versus three. So you don't have the same square meters in that formula.
Well, whoever changed the slide was real smart, because I was going to ask a few more questions on that, but it's all
I
good.
see you were going to deposition mode.
Hey, Lawrence, can you go back to 13 real quick? Because
Surely.
Sorry. I'm not going to let Scott ask any more questions, though. But no, this has got me intrigued now, but it looks like it's pretty easy to get to hit the 50. That wasn't the problem. So I'm wondering what's the incremental benefit of going from 16 to 13? In other words, what's the harm in the 3 parts per million to something?
Well,
So I'm just wondering what the incremental benefit, because we can get pretty close, but it's like, why are we flogging ourselves over, 1, 2, 3? Where's the benefit on that?
And that's just at the front end.
Right. Well, no, it's at the back end, but.
So what Q-Bell is meant to do
right in
is
front of
to
me,
allow for phosphorus conditions downstream in the Everglades to meet the different criteria that have been set out through rule. 10 parts per million or by law, I'm sorry, my lawyer's looking at me. So you have a specific set of criteria that are for the Loxahatchee Wildlife Refuge. You have certain that are for Everglades National Park, and then you have for the rest of the Everglades. So in the evaluation that was done, it said, what does the inflow concentrations need to be that in marsh conditions out in the Everglades, you have this type of phosphorus concentration. So that's why they got to there. A lot of math is behind it to try to determine what that number is. And that's, how we proceeded in saying restoration strategies needs to meet this particular number and suite of numbers over a 5-year period.
I get that. It's just, to me, it's getting from 288 to 40 in STA 5.6 seems to me really easy. 5.6 is an STA that doesn't really even work, right? And you're going from really high number 288 to 40, which is pretty low. But then getting from a much lower number from 93 to 16 in our Rockstar STA, it's like, there's kind of it's like, why is it so hard to get that last part? And what's the, or is it that hard? Because it certainly appears that that's the hard part.
You have to also, when we're looking at these numbers right now, these numbers aren't representative of the STAs and their ability to meet it right now, because so much work has been going on
Okay,
in
I
there,
get
and
that.
we don't have flowways online. So we're not using entire STAs to try to meet these numbers that you're seeing. This is where I feel the National Academy of Sciences did a great job and a great review and has wonderful recommendations, but it was like a report card given halfway through the year.
Okay.
Rather than where we're going to be at
So
the
that's
end.
why you and John are saying we're not.
So
gonna have a
that's why
problem
we
with
are
Q-Bell.
looking at, exactly.
Okay.
Exactly. So if all of these STAs were in the condition that they need to be and we were putting water through them, I would guarantee you these numbers are much better, because we're looking at, if you look at 5.6.
Go back to that
and
one.
you
Don't
see
go,
the-
don't
the
go
dr-
off that one.
I'll come back to it. But you see 5.6, the top two flowways are inundated. The bottom flowways are starting to dry out already. And that's a reason why you're seeing the numbers that you're seeing. When we build the C-139 FEB, that is exactly like the A1 FEB, and that is a big marsh in which we will push water through, one, to have the volume to keep this hydrated along with the lake connection, but also as another cell, large cell in the treatment train to help reduce that 288 before it comes in, to help this STA then function the way it's designed to.
Yeah, because 3-4 had always been, I mean, you look at the bottom line numbers, 3-4 had actually always been if you can go back to the one that's got the bars on it, 3-4 had always been the workhorse in many ways. Then I guess one of its flowways got tired or drained or whatever. But if you look at these numbers, like, I mean, it's a little bit misleading, because I think you focus on the 16, which is the lowest number, but in reality, 5.6, even dried out 5.6, is actually doing better than 3.4 on a percentage basis. So, I mean, are we having similar issues in 1E and 1 West and STA 2? Are we having similar offline construction issues that we feel once we sort of get out of the deferred maintenance part, where we're in the maintenance program now, and you get it back out on the track, they'll be running better?
Yes.
Okay.
That is
All right,
the
thanks.
express purpose of that work.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Quick change slides.
All right, Biscayne Bay. I'm looking at salinity in Biscayne Bay. It's following a good pattern here. We're below 30. 35 is more oceanic. We're getting more into that area of salinity levels that we like in Biscayne Bay. Coming down into the Everglades, and we look at the depth maps, and this is where I'll spend a little bit of time of where are we in the dry season, and what does it mean to the ecology. So if you look at the top of Water Conservation Area 3A, you see a much more yellow area than you saw last month. So that area is drying down. The Alley North colony, which can be the North America's largest wading bird colony, is located here. But what we're doing to free up flow through 3-4, we hope to have inflows coming soon to help with this condition. So what we're concerned about in the top of 3A is this is an area that if it does dry out, you can have muck fires or oxidation and lose an already thinning peat layer there, and we don't want to lose that peat. But you still have connectivity. If you look down at the bottom, you still have connectivity in Shark River Slough. That's the Tamiami flow formula that's providing the flows into Everglades National Park. You still have it over in Taylor Slough. So the Everglades on a whole aren't really in a very bad position right now. When we look at where we are with the Alley North, there is a starting point over there. We like to be at 11.5 about October 15th in order to have the recession down to 9.5 on March 15th, because we have found if that little table down there on the right, on the bottom, when water depth is 9.5 or greater, we have good success of nesting at the Alley North colony. If it's 9.5 or lower, we have reduced success. So we're on that trajectory right now. So what we're watching mostly right now for this part of the Everglades is what's going on with recession rates. And recession rates in this time of year, we would like to have 0.05 to 0.075 feet per week. And in the pink area, which is the trace in the upper right-hand corner, we're a little fast right now. We're at 1.3. But if we have about 3 or 4 weeks left to hit March 15th, we might be okay. We get STA 3-4 with 200 CFS providing some relief into the top end of that section, and that's hopeful. There was discussion about what was going on in oh, it's still here, Water Conservation Area 2, it's a little deep in the south end, and that does put a little additional stress on the lower end, but there's so much topographic difference in 2 that the top part of 2 is in really good condition. And the scientists, are like, if we can hold water here as long as we can in the season to help provide some relief to what's going on in the top end or the northeast corner of 3, and then we can get some water coming through 3-4 to help the northwest side of 3A, that we'll be in good shape for the rest of this season. And next month I'll come back and I'll show you where we are with wading bird numbers, which is pretty much tied to what is going on with water depths and recession rates across the Everglades. Last is Florida Bay. So this blue trace, it's not a performance target or performance metric. It's an interquartile range of during the period of time from 2001 to 2016. This is where 50% of the data for salinity resides. And we feel if we're in that blue trace that we are poised well for salinity within Florida Bay. And you'll see that within the eastern, the central, and the western, we are within that. We're towards the bottom in the central. We're right in the middle in the western. We're a little bit at the top on the eastern. But salinity right now in Florida Bay is at a good setup as we're moving further into the dry season. Would we like it to be a little bit lower? It would always be beneficial because you don't know what rain is coming. But currently, it's in a very good condition. And I thank you. And we'll take any additional questions.
I think we've exhausted our questions. Our quota's up.
I have a question.
Thank you.
Go back
Oh,
to.
no, Mr. Bergeron.
Area 2. The slide just got Area 2 on it.
Oh, yes, sir.
And I've said this in the past, and I guess the response was that we stay above water levels for, I guess, the benefit of the well fields. So I hope that's not, maybe you can answer that, John, because we've been a foot above scheduled water levels all year, or better.
Right. So maybe Lawrence, if you can talk about the regulation schedule for 2A and the topography across.
Can you talk into that a little closer?
Lawrence, if you can talk about the topography in 2A and how that relates to water levels, and even though based on the graph in comparison to the existing regulation schedule, it appears we're a foot above, does that really have a significant impact on the ecology given that topography?
Yes, and so our scientists are out in 2A or 2 doing a lot of hydrologic study currently and relating that to the ecology of this area. And they feel that 2 can be operated higher with ecological benefit than what the regulation schedule says now. So you have so much topographic difference between the top end and the bottom end of 2 that this water is going to pool in the bottom end of 2 and it's going to dry out in the upper end of 2. So you're kind of trying to figure out where is that balance. And a little bit higher level is going to keep the northern end from drying down, and you're going to, it's a trade-off. Do you want that drying at the top every year that is not beneficial, or do you want a little bit more ponding depth in the bottom? So as they look at it and they try to make that trade-off, they feel a little bit higher level is more beneficial for all of 2 than going lower. And that's a study that they're doing now. I'm not sure exactly when it will conclude, but there's hope that we can readdress what the operations are within 2 to best meet the ecology and the needs of that area.
So they have a different opinion than what the water level, scheduled water levels are today, that you're talking about changing them to some other level?
Yes, sir.
Well, we'll have to see how the science comes out, but I do know all the the deer islands there have been inundated by high water. All the wildlife in that area is drowned over a time frame from high water. So it's going to be interesting to see where do we land
Sure.
for water levels that are compatible with the environment and the wildlife. So, always had questions about that.
Oh, absolutely. And that's the intent of this study, is to provide that information. So if decisions are made or we want to move in that direction, we have that science to look at, because we wouldn't want to do anything without a science basis.
Okay, well, we'll see what that comes out.
Thanks, Mr. Bergeron. Thanks very much, Lawrence.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. We'll move on now to the discussion agenda. And this next item is a briefing item only. It's not a voting item. We'll have Mr. Bartlett come up and explain the executive order.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have been looking forward to this presentation way too long. Thank you, John and Lawrence. So many of you are at the event when the governor announced his Executive Order 2306, a very exciting day, something that we were so thankful for, that he came out 4 years later and expressed his commitment to Florida's environment with that executive order. Now, we were all here the first time he came out, and he signed Executive Order 1912. It was at the same location in Bonita Springs. It was a little colder, as you can tell by the photograph there, but that was called Achieving More Now for Florida's Environment, and he committed $2.5 billion and appointed you guys, and we got busy. So as we've always said, 55 projects that broke ground, hit a major milestone, and were completed. 21 projects completed, and you can just kind of reflect on the ones that we've finished, right? C-44 Reservoir, a big deal. Scott's Water Farm, Bluefield Grove Water Farm, Kissimmee River Restoration, Lakeside Ranch Stormwater Treatment Area, Brighton Valley Water Farm, Lake Hickpachee Phase 1, the bridges over Tamiami Trail, removed Old Tamiami Trail, started and removed Old Tamiami Trail, 2.5 miles of seepage wall, and I haven't gotten, that's just off the top of my head, you know, half of the Picayune Strand is now hydrated, right? We've been getting stuff done, so that's very exciting. $1.6 billion worth of contracts to get all that done. And we acquired a lot of land. You remember the day when we bought almost 20,000 acres to prevent oil and gas exploration in the Everglades? That was critically important. We bought the land necessary for the C-23-24 South Reservoir, and we bought the land necessary to start the C-25 Reservoir. So we have been busy doing everything we need to do to make these major milestones met in that first 4 years. And of course, my favorite slide, that we are seeing the results of restoration, right? The governor talks about that lower right-hand corner where you see the river of grass forming. You see the salinity stabilizing in Florida Bay. So it is working, but we are not satisfied, no. So now we have Executive Order 23-06, Achieve Even More Now for Florida's Environment, that he announced a few weeks back. $3.5 billion, not $2.5 billion, for Everglades and water quality. More water quality improvement opportunities, additional resiliency, and expedited land preservation. And then he had directives specifically for our agency, which I will get to. So when you look at statewide goals and what was contained in his executive order, I'll just hit some of the highlights that might relate to some of our opportunities at the Water Management District. First of all, he wants to improve the wastewater grant program to include not just for wastewater treatment plants, but also stormwater management, which is what we do, and agricultural runoff, which is we facilitate those opportunities as well. And then he asked for a budget of $200 million for that program. Indian River Lagoon, $100 million per year. He wanted to strengthen the Basin Management Action Plans. He wants specific projects in each one that if we implement them, projects and activities, including BMPs, that if we implement those, we will achieve the Basin Management Action Plan. He wants them identified in those plans. He's got a number of programs to bolster statewide resiliency, and then he wants to expedite and make some programmatic changes to expedite land conservation efforts, including the wildlife corridor, ecosystems, and really use our lands to focus on water quality and resilience. A lot of things contained in that executive order, and first time around, we took advantage of those types of concepts. You see our expanded monitoring network. We doubled the monitoring network. We've got our the Lakeside Ranch, Lake Hickpatchee. These are all outside of SERP. These are using grant funds and other funds that we have taken advantage of to make things happen in our South Florida Water Management District. So, and that's just a handful of them. But those are groundbreakings, ribbon cuttings, opportunities to make a difference as our staff here, Jennifer Reynolds' staff in particular, Dr. Moran's staff, use to make sure that we are making progress and taking advantage of our opportunities. So he's doubled down on those types of efforts, and we're prepared to as well. But let's talk about what he said to the South Florida Water Management District. He said to the South Florida Water Management District, I want to expedite Everglades even more. I know we've been expediting, but I want it even more. And then he called out specific areas to expedite for us. Of course, the crown jewel project that he talked about when he first took office is the EAA Reservoir. So what can the South Florida Water Management do to help expedite the EAA Reservoir? We obviously are expediting the stormwater treatment area, and we should be able to start filling that up next year after we finish it this year. But on the reservoir side, the Corps of Engineers is breaking ground later this month. That's great. They've got design ongoing, a contract issued for the berms, the foundation, and then later on for the berms. But the pump station is a few years out, and probably intentionally strategized that way. But they're not looking at building that pump station until FY 25 or 26. So that is being designed externally with a private contractor. So that is an opportunity for us to say, we can start that pump station, we can make sure that it gets underway, that it gets built, and it's ready for those berms to connect to it. It's exactly what we did on the C44 reservoir. It's exactly what we did on the C43 reservoir. Pump station is done at the C43 reservoir, and it was done early at the C44. So anything can happen during a construction project. And so we think getting started on that, making sure that it gets built and it is ready for those berms to connect to it is a way to expedite Everglades for the EAA Reservoir project. So we're prepared to ask to take that on as a South Florida Water Management District. He said, expedite storage components north of Lake Okeechobee. So we all know that the lake is too high right now, and we all know that if we had storage north and south of the lake would not be too high right now, right? So that is the solution to these high and low lake stages, is storage north and south of Lake Okeechobee. Last year, in '22, the Army Corps of Engineers had a PIR for the ASR project and the wetland features north of Lake Okeechobee. And instead of submitting it to Congress, they decided to bring in their Engineering Research and Development Center to do some more studies on the ASR well technology. And so they charged them with doing that science. At the same time, the Corps said, we should really try to get above ground storage into this watershed protection plan. And so they also directed staff to start pursuing a reformulation for above ground storage. Not just below ground storage with ASR, but also the above ground storage reservoir, which is component A in SERP, and it's a 200,000 acre foot reservoir. So as the Corps in their process decides to reformulate for above ground storage, that would push them not toward a 2024, but toward a 2026. Not really in line with what the governor had in mind, and so we had to think as staff at the South Florida Water Management District, what can we do to try to get northern storage back into WRDA 2024? First of all, we got a science plan. We've got a governance structure within our ASR program that we work with Jacksonville to craft. And so we know that, you know, if you add the Engineering Research and Development Center of the Corps, it only gets more, it gets better. So we immediately talked to ERDIC, is what you call them. I've talked to David Pittman, got a voicemail from him last night, to expedite their research, get them rolling. We don't want them to spend a year looking for money to start doing their research. So we said, we have money, we'll pay for it. So let's get going. We've had them down a couple of weeks ago. They were down, they met with our staff. They were very impressed with our work on what we've been doing to advance the science. And so we want to merge them in so that they can get the knowledge and the advice necessary for the Corps leadership so that they can take that LOPE that already has a, you know, that LACO watershed for ASR and wetlands that already has a bow on it and get it into WRDA for 24, right? Let's get it into 24. For the above ground storage, my goodness, we've planned above ground storage. I think this is the 4th time we've been on this. John Midnick has been there the whole time. Jennifer Leeds has been there the whole time. We know what it means to plan for above ground storage north of Lake Okeechobee. Excuse me. In fact, we have done the planning process for above ground storage in the past for under SERP. We did it for the EAA reservoir. That got done in half a year, submitted to the Corps, and then authorized by Congress. We can use that same authority, but in a better form now because we can use the Corps' help this time around because they've gotten some additional authorities since then to really plan this above ground storage using that same authority we did for the EAA reservoir for north of the lake. And we can deliver it a year from now, right? We can get this done using Corps help, paying for that assistance if we have to deliver to the Corps a year from now a above ground storage component so that then they could turn it around and get it into WRDA 24. So then you would have all storage features, all components for the LACO watershed before Congress in 2024, right? So that's the thing that we want to take on is doing that planning process. And let me tell you, planning and authorization is one thing, but construction is another thing, right? We are currently drilling wells under our science plan for ASR. As soon as we get to something in the planning process for above ground storage to submit to the Corps, that's 30% design. We don't have to then hit pause and wait for authorization a year later to then start to get to final design. We can take that design and continue it so that when authorization occurs, we can jump into construction, right? So staff is ready. They've been getting all the materials together to get this above ground storage planning process rolling. But I wanted to present it to you as an option for us to do what the governor has asked us to do. Let's expedite Lake Okeechobee watershed restoration project components. One more area he highlighted for us is the Indian River Lagoon South. As you know, he called out the Indian River Lagoon and the protection of Indian River Lagoon. And he also wanted us to look at SERP to what could we do for the Indian River Lagoon South to expedite that construction as well. Indian River Lagoon South has a series of reservoirs and features that were authorized in 2007, right? So it's been authorized for a while, so we're just talking construction now. We have all the land. Just to reflect, C-44 is part of Indian River Lagoon South. That reservoir and STA, which is now constructed, is ready and online. The Corps has broken ground on the C-23, C-24 stormwater treatment area. They're planning to complete that in 2025. They are funded and about to break ground on the C-23, C-24 North Reservoir. We are designing and breaking ground next year on the C-25 reservoir and breaking ground this month on the discharge diversion canal, also known as the interconnect. But there's one that's not funded yet, and that's the C-23, C-24 South Reservoir. It is at intermediate design. The Corps has been designing that with an external design firm. So that is an opportunity that there isn't the funding yet for construction yet, but we can take that on as a South Florida Water Management District, get that reservoir started with the governor's support with his, $3.5 billion, so that reservoir could also move up in the schedule and start construction for the protection of the Indian River Lagoon. So those are the three areas he called out: EAA Reservoir Project, Lake Okeechobee watershed, and Indian River Lagoon South, and these are the opportunities we can do to meet that expectation. He also mentioned LOSUM. Let's make sure that when this manual gets landed, it meets the goals that we set out, reducing harmful estuary discharges by holding more water, using a repaired dike, and then send more water south to the environment and meet the needs of our communities during the dry season. We expect to see a draft LOSUM in March, April 2023. Certainly, we've seen that it meets these goals. We'll also want to see how that document addresses our desire to have, for the Corps to rely on us when those lake stages get low so we can meet our statutory expectations. So that is on its way. And the last thing he mentioned was making sure that everybody is very well aware of the Corps' progress on their projects, what's going on with SEP South, and trying to further uncork Tamiami Trail, what's going on with the C-44 Reservoir project, what's going on with the Broward County Water Preserve areas. And so we're working with the Corps to try to put together sort of a report card, if you will, or a brochure to give to you every board meeting so that you and the public know the details of what's going on with Corps projects versus have to listen to me tell you during my executive director's report. I may do that anyway. So, but that is something else he called for in that in his executive order. So, he had a vision when he first started it 4 years ago, and then he had a vision for these next 4 years. And so we put together, okay, if we implement his vision, what can we expect at the end of his second term? All these goals will be better met, preventing harmful discharges, having more water for people in the environment, having much more healthy salinity conditions in our estuaries, having more critical wetland habitat, and a resilient flood control system. But specifics are, at the end of his next term, he'll have both the east and the west reservoirs completed. That's 230,000 acre-feet of storage. At the end of his next term, all remaining SERP reservoirs and the ASR well program will be under construction under SERP, all of it. That's greater than 800,000 acre-feet of storage. That's a lot of storage. We will, of course, have LOSUM in place, reducing those harmful discharges, sending more water south to the environment and our communities. We'll have a brand new wetland treatment system, cleaning water for sending to the Everglades. Tamiami Trail and the seepage wall, the 7 miles of seepage wall, will be completed, and you will have even more. It's all about even more right now. You'll have even more water going to the Everglades National Park and Florida Bay. Then you'll have, of course, 155,000 acres of newly restored Kissimmee River and Picayune Strand on the books. You'll have all the Biscayne Bay restoration projects completed, diverting damaging canal flows that go into Biscayne Bay through a marsh system. And then you'll have even more partnerships with local landowners, more than 76,000 acres of partnerships with local landowners, keeping water on their land and protecting our downstream water bodies. And then, of course, you'll have at least 3 critical structures getting resiliency retrofits to address sea level rise by the end of his second term. That's just a handful of them, quite frankly. That's just a handful of them. But they're pretty important. So it's a very exciting time for me personally. It's a very exciting time for our staff. Exciting in the both stressful and exciting about what's possible. But this, it was just honestly, personally, very gratifying to have a governor come out, sign an executive order that says even more. Because I got this one lifetime, and that's the way I want to live it. That's all I got for you, Mr. Chair.
Oh, that's a great summation. Thank you very much. And as the vice chair said, no one's putting their feet up on the desk. Rosie, if we have public comment?
We do, Mr. Chairman. We're going to start with Mark Perry, followed by Caitlin Newcamp, and then Matt DePaulis.
Thank you, Governing Board. Good afternoon. It was kind of monumental, the announcement over in Bonita Springs, and all of us were there. And since then, we've all been looking at, wow, the implementation of this is going to be incredible. I think the first thing, of course, to start out with the executive order was the record level of funding. And 4 years ago, when the governor committed that $2.5 billion, everybody goes, wow, that's incredible. And then we went to, actually did $3.3 billion, and 1.7 of that went to Everglades restoration and other projects. So for him now to come out and go say $3.5 billion over the next 4 years is again that achieving that record level. And what a great thing to push that momentum with the federal partner input too, to say, hey, we can do this, and this can really keep a lot of that momentum going forward as we move. So specifically, as Drew Epley outlined here in the district, he directed all the agencies, the other agencies, the triad we talked about. The FDEP had very specific directions in the executive order. Also, FDACS had very specific directions in the executive order. So he did put these down for the district, and I think Drew outlined them pretty directly and pretty quickly. I think it's great that we kind of also get that report as one of those things that he put in the district's directive to get the Corps to be able to report at every governing board along with the district on progress. And as Drew pointed out, that kind of joint partnership between the district and the Corps is so critical as you kind of monitor how are these restoration projects happening, how are we moving forward, and what are the benefits that are coming out of them. And we realize those benefits once they get completed. So we realize in these years how we can do this and start that and start this at the same time, and so we can begin to realize benefits as they come online. I think the flurry of those groundbreakings and ribbon cuttings that we've all been to recently is just kind of that example of, wow, this progress is really moving forward. So it's really exciting time. It's really good. I think the executive order pushes it forward quite a bit in that direction. And we're all about moving it on. I'm really glad that he outlined also the importance of stormwater runoff and agricultural runoff to be implemented into the wastewater stream, and how we address that water quality issues. And those are pointed out also in the district directive. So let's all work together and keep this moving forward. I think it's a really exciting time, and great job.
Thank you, Mr. Perry. Caitlin Newcamp is our next commenter, followed by Matt DePaulis.
Good afternoon, governing board members. It's been a few months. Thank you for the opportunity to comment. Caitlin Newcamp with Audubon, Florida. I'm just going to kind of echo what Mark was saying. So it is a great privilege to be able to stand here in celebration of the governor's Executive Order 2306, achieving even more now for Florida's environment. And it isn't lost on us that this milestone is due in no small part to the leadership of this governing board and the significant efforts of the South Florida Water Management District staff. We view this order as recognition of the district's great work towards Everglades restoration and a challenge to continue the pace going forward. We applaud these advances and the ongoing cooperation between the district and the Corps of Engineers to make Everglades restoration a reality for all of us. We also appreciate the district expeditiously following through with an implementation plan on how they're going to carry out the executive order. Obviously, the order prioritizes Everglades restoration, water quality and supply, land conservation and resilience, but it also has a directive on enhanced coordination by state agencies with local governments to improve comprehensive planning that will ensure sustainable growth while protecting our resources. So Audubon sees this and wants to emphasize this as especially important in South Florida as we work to protect the Everglades and to expedite restoration while balancing the need for continued growth. We are confident that the district will complete the executive order directives and with its characteristic collaborative approach. Audubon was especially gratified to note the tasks outlined specifically for the district in this executive order, which include a provision for advancing SERP storage north of the lake in the Lake Okeechobee watershed. We know that meeting the 1 million acre feet storage goal is a step towards slowing the flow of water to the lake while removing pollution and reducing harmful discharges to the estuaries both east and west. We also want to emphasize how the executive order directs DEP, the district, and FDACS to strengthen BMAPs to restore long impaired water bodies. The Caloosahatchee, St. Lucie, and Lake O BMAPs will benefit from this jumpstart to improve water quality in our iconic South Florida water bodies. And lastly, we just want to say that we're supportive of the district taking the initiative on a number of the core projects that Drew just mentioned, including the EA Reservoir Pump Station. And this will help to expedite Everglades restoration in line with the executive order, and we are happy to work with you to meet these ambitious goals. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Newcamp. Matt DePaulis is our last public commenter for this item.
Governing Board, Executive Director, it's great to be up here again with nothing but positive things to say about the situation we're in. I think we're all in this room supportive of the EO that the governor put forth. Great to see such a clear mandate for charging forward to protect the environment and water quality. And I think that it's one thing to get up and say how supportive of you are of the environment, but it's another to follow through. And the governor has clearly shown that he is following through on that and committing more to protecting the environment, water quality, Everglades restoration, resilience. And it's also clear that the district was really hopeful that something like this was going to be coming through, and they were champing at the bit to get ready, because when someone hands you a mandate like this, that's important, but the follow through and the willingness to commit to that and act on it is also important. And it's going to be up to all of us, NGOs, government agencies, all people who are involved, to hold each other accountable. And it's very clear that the district is coming out strong with a plan that they want to follow through on this. And not only do they want to follow through, but they want to hold other people accountable to also follow through on their ends of the bargain. So we're really excited to see a lot of the components that are in this executive order. I won't go through all of them again, but fixing BMAPs, fixing BMPs are going to do wonders for water quality. Some of the septic to sewer conversions that other agencies are going to be involved with is great too. And all the specific call outs that the South Florida Water Management District got in that executive order. I think another important component was the larger issuance that the governor made to all the districts to work with partners to figure out regional solutions to water quality. And that's really important to us on the West Coast, and specifically the Caloosahatchee, with all these huge buckets of money being thrown around and heading to the East Coast, Indian River Lagoon. That's awesome. We need to improve water quality everywhere. But the Caloosahatchee can't be forgotten in all of that. And so we look forward to working with Governing Board and the district to figure out some creative solutions to fixing our own water quality and diving down into the minutia of those details. Because as we're looking at the Caloosahatchee water budget, there's over 150,000 acre feet that are simply unaccounted for, and they're sitting in a column on a spreadsheet with a TBD. We'll solve that later. So now, as we are doing so many groundbreakings, ribbon cuttings, moving these projects forward, I think we need to keep up the momentum and keep some of that momentum on the West Coast as well. So thanks for all your support in this, and I look forward to the next 4 years.
Well, thank you all very much for your comments. I appreciate it. Board, any comments, questions for Executive Director Bartlett on the EO? Great. We'll move on to staff reports. Drew, thanks very much for that. Staff reports now. Ms. Heater.
Good afternoon. So the monthly financial report that's in your packet is through the month of December. Thus far, we have collected $414.3 million. So we've collected 25% of our revenue, and we're 25% through the year as of December. So we're on target. Some highlights of those collections: over $207 million was collected just in the month of December. You're right now, moving through your peak of collecting your ad valorem collections. Ad valorem collections was $182 million out of the $308 million. We're 77% collected. On the expenditure side, we spent about $61 million in the month of December. We also have obligated, meaning under contract or awards from grant funds that are obligated, of $1.2 billion. So that goes right along with a lot of what's been discussed today. So a few other activities is taking place. Your staff right now are going through the audit for the fiscal year 22. And as well as they are continuing to work with FEMA and the Department of Emergency Management on the expenditure backup and documentation required to request and potentially receive reimbursement on expenditures related to Hurricane Ian. And as Mr. Butler pointed out, that there is a nice chapter in your packets. It's Chapter 2 of Volume 2. It is the reporting of the metrics on your strategic plan. And as you know, we have the 4 core missions: restoration of water resources and ecosystems, flood protection, water supply, and public engagement and administration. Underneath each of those, there's over 22 priorities, 81 metrics, and 84 projects that are being measured. And I offer to you, if you would like some detailed discussions on that chapter, please reach out to me, and my staff and I will collect the proper individuals that have the expertise behind those and have that discussion. That's it.
Thanks, Ms. Heater. Does anyone have any questions or comments? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We'll go to the General Counsel's report. Ms. Lamonaco?
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. Generally, I don't have a report, and I know all of you love that because it's the end of the day. But since I have saved us all so many minutes in the last few board meetings, I'd like to be indulged a little bit and take a moment to respond to the absolute love fest that I received this morning so humbly. I want to thank Drew for the opportunity to serve in this capacity. It's been, quite frankly, the highlight of my career. You're a great boss and a great friend. Thank you. Jen, John, and Sean, who's not here, thank you for the support and the warm welcome to the leadership team. It was truly an honor. Board members, each of you have inspired me in your own unique ways. It's been an absolute honor serving you, and an even bigger honor getting to know you all individually as people. Thank you for your support, for all the kind words and encouragement over the last year. You guys are in great hands with Mary Cruz Fincher. She is going to absolutely rock. She is a dear friend of mine, an amazing attorney, extremely capable and brilliant, and I think you all will find that she will fill the shoes just fine. So thank you again, and congratulations, Mary Cruz.
Oh, thank you very much, Ms. Lamonaco. Public comment?
Mark Perry?
Thank you for indulging me, Governing Board. I know I've been up here a lot, but you know, if you're here all day, might as well, right? So I really appreciate everything that's been going on, especially that discussion about STAs and all of you asking those really great questions of the staff and having staff being able to explain and be clear on where STAs are, and especially Mr. Wagner's, you know, can we reduce those inflow concentrations and help that reduce the outflow concentration so we can meet QBEL and so forth. And as Drew said, there are other programs or permits or things that we can maybe help do that. And also those, you know, I think the restoration strategies, and that's different from the refurbishments. And thank you, Lawrence, for kind of putting that forward too, because we all need to understand that. I mean, restoration strategies, as going forward, we'll have, you know, 116,000 acre feet of storage and 6,500 acres of new STAs that have been added onto STA 1 West and so forth. So I think those are really going to help in moving that forward. But I appreciate all those questions. And to Mr. Butler's comment earlier on about the lake and bringing up the fact that, you know, we've gone from 500 metric ton inflows down to maybe 200 and something inflows. I think that's really good that the board know that perhaps month to month by the staff as to how those inflows coming into into the lake are being reduced perhaps, or we're monitoring how those inflows are coming in, because, you know, we set the TMDL way long time ago, you know, in year 2000. We're trying to get to 105 metric tons a year at 40 parts per thousand concentration, parts per billion. And that's dependent on, because we look at trying to meet that TMDL, and we need to know how it's doing. You know, we need to know, well, how much metric tons are coming in and what are the concentrations in the lake, because if we're going to send that lake water south, we need to kind of account for that. Lastly, I want to announce that, you know, this upcoming at the end of the month on the 23rd and 24th is the Indian River Lagoon Symposium up at Harbor Branch. We're participating a lot. There's 45 different papers, presentations, 39 poster sessions, a lot of great science going on, and it's all about seagrass and seagrass restoration. So I hope you might think about attending that or getting informed more about the science behind that aspect. But thanks again for all that you're doing, and keep on keeping on. Let's move.
Mr. Perry was our last commenter for this meeting, Mr. Chairman.
Great. We'll go to board comment. Mr. Butler.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Rose, if you indulge me, back up to Drew's slides. Lake Okeechobee, Northern Storage. I didn't have my Cuban coffee before then. I kind of fell asleep there. I want to emphasize just how big a deal this is. The commitment that the district is making to do everything we can. Corps telling us that, you know, if we follow the normal channels, we're looking at a 2026 authorization on Northern Storage. You know, granted, there's things maybe the Corps could bring it in by 24, but the district, we are making the commitment to bring this in by 2024, to get it in WRDA. And I just can't let this go without thanking staff, Drew, your crew, for the commitment to, especially when I heard that we were going back and looking at an above-ground storage impoundment. And we're taking that process over to help expedite it through the 203 permit, or 203 study. Great job, great work, and thank y'all for doing everything you can, using every tool you had available to get this expedited. And I just couldn't let that go without recognizing that fact. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Butler. Ms. Martinez? Colonel Roman?
Nothing.
Vice Chair? Mr. Olepich?
Thank you. Just going back a ways, I didn't want to leave today without bringing up Harvey Oyer. You might remember Harvey and the group that retraced Willoughby's expedition across the Everglades, and they were successful. And the district was part of that study in that they were looking for apple snails. And the report came back that there were no apple snails in the sawgrass, that they didn't find any. But when they got into the populated areas, there were, like, you know, loads of invasive apple snails everywhere. And Dr. Scalar, who was the contact person on that, I saw in the email chain that he was surprised by that and perhaps troubled a bit. And so I was hoping that staff would look into that a little bit, because that was a rare opportunity to get in that part of the Everglades. And I wanted to thank Mr. Bergeron for an incredible evening last night. And my husband and I have been waiting for 4 years now to have an opportunity to come see that beautiful place. And Ed called me this morning and said what an honor it was to be at Mr. Bergeron's. And we both thank you very much.
Thanks, Mr. Olepich. Mr. Steinle?
I just think Drew's presentation and the implications for progress going forward are just amazing. And I need to put some of these projects in perspective. 200,000 acre feet potential north of the lake is 4 times the size of the C-44. It's almost the size of the EAA reservoir. That's huge. And it doesn't include the storage component of the ASR wells. So, I mean, yeah, significant progress continues. Thanks.
Mr. Bergeron.
Long live the Everglades.
That's all?
That's all, folks.
Well, thanks, everyone. I especially want to thank Mr. Bergeron, the City of Coral Springs, Broward County for hosting us. I want to thank Rafael Sanchez, Peter Jarkey, Tanya Binion from the Fort Lauderdale Field Station. I think they helped set up this room and get our meeting set up so that we can have them here. It's really great to be able to go on the road. Next month, we'll be back in West Palm Beach. Look forward to being there and look forward to seeing you all. And we're adjourned. Thanks.